peut-être dans les prochains forums se focaliser sur un seul aspect des droits humains. Et c'est vrai que les droits humains, c'est notre affaire à tous, mais il est important aussi de se focaliser sur un seul vecteur, un seul secteur, pour pouvoir bien le prendre en main. Mais en tout cas, ça a été une véritable réussite. J'ai personnellement beaucoup appris dans ce forum. Je vous souhaite beaucoup de succès dans l'avenir. Merci.
My name is Daniele Peccarelli. I work at the European Union delegation to the African Union in Addis Ababa, attending this forum organized by the African Commission for Human People's Rights. It's been a good opportunity to exchange with the Commission, with the court, with other human rights and democracy organs, and also with especially with African Union member states, representatives from national human rights institutions, CSOs, on positive aspects, negative aspects, things that could be improved for us as a European Union, which are a partner to the African Union in general, and specifically to the African governance architecture platform organs. It's important to hear those voices, and especially in a context where the current situation worldwide is not that positive on democratic trends. So we build upon the continental norms and treaties approved by member states, and their obligations or lack of obligations to report again, to be committed towards those treaties. And for us as a partner, again, we stand always ready to support those human rights and governance organs. We have a privileged relation with the Commission, with the court in Arusha, the Commission in Banjul, the APRM, the PAP, the Committee on the Child, the AGA Secretariat in Addis Ababa, the Political and Peace and Security Department, the African Union Commission, and it's a common agreement that governance and human rights are strictly interconnected with peace and security dimension, especially when it comes to conflict prevention, conflict resolution, and investing in the soft power, though could be a bit more lengthy, but in the end of the day is more effective and efficient to prevent conflicts. Thank you.
Stakeholders on Tuesday evening gathered for a pivotal roundtable to discuss the proposed repeal of the law banning female genital mutilation, FGM, spearheaded by Honorable Commissioner Janet Ramatoulaye Salanjai. The event promised to delve in the nuanced implications surrounding the potential repeal and its reverberating effects on women's rights and gender equality. More in this report by Michael.
With a remarkable lineup for participants, including the special rapporteur and harmful practice of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child and the African Commission for Human and People's Rights, country rapporteur of the Gambia, the roundtable aims to maneuver through complex terrains of traditional culture and human rights advocacy, collaborating with the United Nations entity for gender equality and the empowerment of women. The gathering pledges to orchestrate an ad hoc coalition comprising influential local actors like women leaders, religious figures, and traditional heads. Vice Chairperson and Special Rapporteur on Rights of Women in Africa, African Commission for Human and People's Rights, Honorable Janet Ramatoulaye Salanjai, underscores the root cause and drivers that perpetuate to the practice of FGM.
But one of the things we underscore is the fact that there is more to this than just the immediate issue relating to the bill that is being channeled in the National Assembly. Strategies must be put in place to address the root causes what are the root causes? What are the drivers that perpetuate the practice of FGM? How do we ensure that whatever strategies we put in place are strategies that can be sustained to deal with the issue of the economic issues, to deal with education, to deal with awareness, to also deal with victims or survivors, I should say. How do we address the rights of survivors? How do we ensure that survivors' needs are met? So that whatever strategy we put in place actually has to be have survivors at the center of it. Also, one of the things that we reinforce here is the fact that whatever advocacy strategy we have should include and actually incorporate survivors, because survivors are better placed, they're in a better position to talk on the issue and to tell us the impact and the effect of FGM.
In 2015, the Gambia banned female genital mutilation. However, the current struggle with the ban reflects the complex interplay between cultural norms, religious beliefs, and the fight for gender equality. The potential repeal of the law poses a threat to the human rights of women and girls in the Gambia. Former Vice President of the Gambia, Her Excellency Fatoumata Jallow Tambajang, outlines the need to protect the rights of women and children and girls as it is stipulated in the 1997 Constitution and other laws of the Gambia.
Also going to adopt medium-term, short-term, medium-term and long-term strategies as a way of convincing stakeholders that is important. We know that rights of women and children and girls are part of the Constitution, they're part of the laws of the Gambia. They are also parts of the OIC, which our President, His Excellency, is chairing for the next 3 years. So we're all going to put our heads together and see how best we can dialogue. And we're using the word dialogue because that's the most instrumental way people can get thoughts together, heads together, and decisions together.
In addition to discussing the immediate repercussion of the proposed reverse of the anti-FGM law, the event aspires to a chart roadmap for collective action over the next 3 months and beyond. By fostering strategic political advocacy and cultivating a shared vision, the roundtable endeavors to fortify the foundation for sustained progress in advancing women's rights and gender equality in the Gambia and beyond. The Imam of Tipakunda Central Mosque, Imam Basiru Drame, was also in attendance and has this to say.
In 7th century Arabia, one of the major issues that Prophet Muhammad confronted was how to humanize women after they had been dehumanized and made a property of the menfolk. So this new wave of trying to men trying to speak on behalf of women, and most of those who talk about FGM amongst the menfolk, they do not know anything about FGM. They do not know even the anatomy of women, of they themselves, let alone women. So I am heartened. So, and I am very happy that we have such a meeting, and hopefully we will defeat this retrogressive force that is about to bring women down.
Amidst the impassioned voices and diverse perspectives, a resolute determination to safeguard the hard-won gains of gender parity as the curtains raise on the groundbreaking gathering. The world watches with bated breath, witnessing the genesis of a collaborative movement poised to uphold the rights and dignity of every woman and girl, not only in the Gambia but across the globe. Reporting for Star TV News, I am Baikor.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم معكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Nous souhaitons la bienvenue à tous les participants à cette 81e session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Bienvenue aux délégués des États, bienvenue aux organisations de la société civile, bienvenue aux institutions nationales des droits de l'homme. Cette session est importante. Elle se tient à un moment particulier de l'histoire de l'Afrique. Elle a été précédée par un pré-forum des États, une précession des organisations de la société civile et une précession des INDH. Nous espérons qu'au cours de cette session, l'ensemble des parties prenantes mettront leur intelligence ensemble pour discuter de la situation des droits de l'homme sur le continent. Et ensemble avec vous, nous allons adopter les principales résolutions qui vont améliorer la qualité des citoyens africains sur notre continent. Je vous remercie.
My name is Honorable Commissioner Janet Rabatulai Salanjai. I'm the Vice Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and I also handle the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa. In addition to the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, I'm also the Country Rapporteur for Zimbabwe, Namibia, Somalia, Ghana, and Mauritania. With regard to my mandate as the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, I'm responsible for monitoring the situation of women in the continent, and in particular to ensure the universal ratification of the Maputo Protocol on the rights of women in Africa, in terms of ensuring that all member states become members of the protocol, and most importantly, to ensure the effective implementation and domestication of the Maputo Protocol, so that it becomes the reality of the women of the continent, that the women of the continent can claim their rights within the Maputo Protocol. The ordinary section of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights is very important, because this is the session that brings together the human rights community in the continent. All stakeholders are present: member states, national human rights institutions, the NGO community, all geared towards the promotion and the protection of the citizens of the continent. So this particular ordinary session is actually pivotal, because it is the 84th ordinary session, and it also mirrors the fact that the charter that actually established the commission was adopted in 1981. So this is very significant. And as we reflect on the work we're doing today, we also have to remember the aspirations that the framers of the charter had in 1981.
one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
Hello, my name is Abiola Idowu-Ojo, and I'm the Acting Executive Secretary to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Indeed, we just concluded AGA SP support to AU organs with human rights mandates, recorded a lot of success, and on the part of the African Commission, ACHPR for short, there was a significant contribution to the development of normative instruments within the African human rights system. There was enhanced public awareness of what we do, increased visibility, and we were also able to have institutional capacity strengthening through the provision of technical assistance, technical experts who contributed to the core business of the work of the African Commission. On normative frameworks, as you know, one of the things that we do is to increasingly interpret the provisions of the African Charter and to develop knowledge products, knowledge tools that help member states to better implement the human rights obligations that they have under the African Charter. Two key knowledge products that emerged from this support would include the alert and reporting mechanism for torture victims and the guidelines for the protection of persons from enforced disappearances in Africa. These tools provide clear directives to state parties on implementing AU shared value treaties. On increased visibility and through numerous activities such as regional conferences and validation meetings, the ACHPR significantly raised its profile and enhanced citizens' access to its services. Notable events include the conference that we had on the impact of COVID-19 on HIV responses in Africa, and the development of the use of force training module for police and prison officers in Africa. And lastly, on capacity building, the ACHPR through this support recruited 6 staff members to strengthen its operational capacity and contribute to its core businesses. This included senior litigation officers, a senior monitoring and evaluation, accountability and learning officer for the first time in the history of the African Commission, and a finance officer that was also committed to overseeing the financial aspect of this support project. These were all core capacities that were contributed to the daily and ongoing businesses of the African Commission, enhancing its capacity to better protect and promote human and people's rights in the continent. We are grateful for the support. I thank you.
Good morning to you all. I hope that we
have some energy this morning. So it's with pleasure that we open the ninth day on Friday, 25th October 2024. In the interest of time and without much ado, we shall start with the program. As today's program, which starts with an important panel which will present the report of the UN Working Group on enforced or involuntary disappearance and the visit to the judiciary organs and other sub-regional organs. We have a fairly balanced panel. We have representatives of states who have already joined us. It's Ambassador Mbuyo Meni and civil society, which is represented by Defenders Asanshi, and to my right we have our Balde, who has worked in the UN for a long time and continues to work with them. He was the chair of the UN group on enforced disappearance. The panel will be moderated by one of our commissioners, Idrissa Sow, and I want to give him the floor and to moderate, and the panel will be for 1 hour, so we shall try not to exceed it. When we say 1 hour, it's not only Commissioner So who has to make an effort, but we also, the speakers, we have to comply with the time allotted to you. Thank you very much, Chair. I wish to warmly welcome representatives of states, HNRI, civil society organizations, and all those participating in our session. Chair, you have set tone by introducing the panel, which is a panel to share perspectives on the mission undertaken by the UN Working Group on enforced disappearance about a year ago. And during the mission, they had discussions and also had the opportunity of exploring the institutional framework and the judicial framework for combating and preventing enforced disappearance. In terms of clarification, I should state that the visit forms part of the implementation of the Addis Ababa Roadmap, which is a cooperation framework established between the African Union, African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and the Special Procedures of the Human Rights Council of the United Nations. And this is a framework of cooperation which has been in existence for about 10 years, because we commemorate the anniversary of the framework 2 years ago, and this visit focused on the issue of enforced disappearance. You know that this is one of the treacherous crimes on the continent, because by its definition it implies that such persons are not under the protection of the law, and what it makes it treacherous is that it's carried out by state agents who are expected to protect civilians. And what another element is that when such person goes through such that there is a denial, and the state even denies such arrest and the detention, and that's why we talk of enforced disappearance. For the legal framework, the observation shows that in Africa, under the African system, we do not have a specific text which covers the prevention and the crackdown of enforced disappearance crimes. So our strategy is to rely on the institutional frameworks established universally. And as you are aware, since 2010, we have the convention, which is the UN Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearance. So we have that legal framework, and apart from the convention, At the AU also, we have prepared guidelines to guide states a bit so that they can adapt their internal legislation to the guidelines of the under the convention, so that they can prevent and punish cases of enforced disappearance. I wouldn't go further I wouldn't go further in developing the theme, but I would just make the introduction and give the floor to our experts to go into details of the theme. So without much ado, I shall give the floor to Madame Balde, whom you are aware is an expert member of the UN Working Group on Enforced Disappearance, and which she chaired. So, Ms. Balde, you have 7 minutes to share your perspectives. Thank you, Commissioner Sow.
So very happy to have a representative of a state that have ratified the Convention on Enforced Disappearance today. We also public trends found in the of victims and human rights defenders seeking truth and justice ardent subject of harassment by business enterprises. Many face legal obstacles that hinder their ability to contribute and support clients. This creates an environment of efforts seeking satisfaction. There is a deep-seated culture of impunity prevailing across many African states, preventing truth, justice, and reparation for victims and their families. Despite widespread practice of enforced disappearance, the working group could not document one single effective investigation or prosecution of such cases during our visit. The lack of accountability for perpetrators emboldens the continued use of enforced disappearance as a tool of repression. The absence of prosecution significantly erodes trust in the justice system and creates an environment where perpetrators operate without fear of consequences. On a positive note, we commend the efforts of the African Union Judicial and Human Rights Organ and other sub-regional bodies in advancing the human rights across the continent. However, we also notice that these mechanisms face significant resource challenges, and there is a need for increased political, financial, and technical support to ensure that they can which enforced disappearance happen. I would like just a few of them to illustrate. Enforced disappearance happen in the context of counterterrorism and security operations, also in transnational and extrajudicial contexts. Disappearance also takes place in election context. Actually, this year the working group produced a thematic report on enforced disappearance and election, and we will have a side event on this particular report at noon. Enforced disappearance also happens in African continent in the context of land and natural resources fight. We've also registered many obstacles faced by civil society. We heard from numerous civil society organizations, human rights defenders, and legal professionals and about the challenges they face. They have been often criminalized, with the government discrediting their work and create obstacles for their registrations and operations. Legal threats and personal reprisals have become a common tactic to silence those who seek truth and justice. Facing interdiction and even for themselves. Defenders here, because defenders protect those who protect the human rights victims. So it's an honor for us to be here. I would like to finish that by saying one of the key recommendations that we have made. We have made recommendations in terms of codification of enforced disappearance domestically, the strengthening of regional and sub-regional system, the protection of victims and defenders, and then the eradication of this impunity, the culture of impunity. The eradication of enforced disappearance in Africa requires a collective and unwavering commitment from all stakeholders: state, civil society, national human rights institutions, regional mechanisms, and international community. The voices of the victims and their families must be at the center of all our efforts, and the right to truth, justice, and reparation must be fully realized. We cannot wait any longer. The time for action is now, and the working group remains committed to support African states.
I just want to indicate that I'll read the formal statements, but I also just wanted to wear my other hat here with respect to how the issue can also be looked in a slightly different way. We did participate and were pleased being at the level of Geneva, to engage on this subject matter. And we are aware that the working group conducted a visit to the African Union's judiciary and human rights organs and other sub-regional bodies in October 2023, and the report itself is indicative of the importance of this issue, and it did receive so positive publicity, at least from our perspective. We do welcome the ongoing efforts to operationalize the Addis Ababa roadmap, focusing on the important work that is being conducted by the working group to respond to the human rights challenges confronting the world today. As South Africa, we fully support the roles and the mandates of the special procedures of the Human Rights Council and the need for collaboration with the special mechanisms of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. This in a context where member states must guard against what some succinctly referred to as the weaponization and instrumentalization of our human rights institutions in executing their mandates. Member states must always ensure that the principles of universality, objectivity, indivisibility, interrelatedness are always the guide for these institutions in discharging their mandates. The Addis Ababa roadmap needs to be fully operationalized to ensure that its full potential becomes a key tool to strengthen and enhance the protection of the civic space and maximize the contribution of civil society in the promotion and protection of human rights on the continent. In this regard, South Africa welcomes the conclusions contained in the recent report that was submitted to the 57th regular session of the Human Rights Council, including the celebration of the work of the African human rights defenders and civil society organizations in assisting victims of human rights violations on the continent. My delegation concurs with the report that there is an urgent need to recognize and address the practice of enforced disappearances on the African continent, and that we must all work together towards this end, given the fact that preventing and eradicating enforced disappearances requires the commitment and joint efforts of multiple stakeholders. In May this year, South Africa deposited this instrument to the United Nations following the ratification of the International Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearances, which was endorsed by our Parliament. It is therefore a particular privilege for me today to participate in this discussion and to lend political support to the mandate of the working group and the collaborative implementation of the roadmap that they so clearly deserve. This action was also informed by our commitment to this instrument as a country that emerged from the brutal history of conflict and racial discrimination during apartheid, wherein the phenomenon of involuntary and enforced disappearances was brutally used in opposition to our struggle for freedom and democracy. I note that I'm still left with 3 minutes, and I then take the rest of the 3 minutes to speak off the cuff. I just wanted to make this comment after having just browsed through a couple of issues here, that one of the things that perhaps may be of relevance here is to also look again at the theme for next year, which is a focus on the issue of reparations. One of the glaring omissions in the work that I was looking at that has been done here is the 6th region. The 6th region, this is where the issue of slavery and slave trade comes in, and that is where the enforced disappearances from the continent happened, and it happened in huge numbers. And that being said, if next year is going to be of any relevance to the African Commission, I think we need to look at how we also link the work of this working group so that we have a perspective from other member states that can induce them to engage in here. I'm mentioning this also within the context of reparations, because the context of reparations is wider than the continent itself. It also addresses a whole lot more issues that have happened. The second issue I just wanted to also just make here as a point of relevance is the issue of relevance, that in order for the AU and also our own mechanisms here to achieve that, we also need to make the work that is going to come with respect to the Addis roadmap relevant in the context of what is currently being discussed. Yesterday I did make the mention here of the meetings that have been held with respect to the preparation to the 9th Pan-African Congress. And my sense is that we will be inducing a lot more support from member states in the African Union if we make them feel that there is benefit in the ratification of any instrument that is going to benefit them. And then lastly, I do want to come to the issue of reparations and also the context of addressing the issue of enforced involuntary disappearances within the continent. I would really like to engage bilaterally with the working group on some of the issues that have positively contributed in this respect, and one of which is another member state that has indicated that they've done some work in this regard. So I just wanted to make those brief comments, and again, thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. Thank you.
C'est moi qui vous remercie, Excellence, pour cette perspective intéressante que vous avez dégagée dans votre propos. Vous avez montré la nécessité d'une meilleure prise en charge et d'une meilleure prévention de ce crime de disparition forcée. Vous avez également soutenu cette mutualisation qui est en train d'être mise en œuvre dans le cadre
working together under the Addis Ababa roadmap between the UN mechanism and our commission. But the most important thing is that you introduced a new element which needs to be taken into account appropriately. That is the issue of reparations that you mentioned. And in future discussions, we have to take into account the issue of reparations and broaden perspectives on this matter. I propose that we now listen to Ms. Rakab Mesele, who is the acting commissioner of the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission. She's going to make a presentation to a pre-recorded video message. So can you play the video, please?
First, I would like to thank Ms. Awa Balde from the Working Group on Enforced or Involuntary Disappearances for giving me the chance to make a statement on behalf of the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission to this panel. It's a privilege to contribute to this important panel discussion, as this is a vital step in furthering cooperation between the UN Human Rights Council and the African Commission on Human and People's Rights in line with the Addis Ababa roadmap. The Ethiopian Human Rights Commission continues to be deeply concerned by the increasing pattern of enforced disappearances in Ethiopia. Despite national laws criminalizing this act, our annual Human Rights Situation Report of June 2024 documented 42 cases in Addis Ababa alone within the reporting year. Alarmingly, many of these disappearances occur outside conflict zone, with victims being taken from their homes or workplace by member of security authorities, including the Army and National Intelligence. The Ethiopian Human Rights Commission has also documented increasing cases where individuals disappear from regular detention centers after being transferred to other authorities with little to no record of their transfer. While police and prison officials are often cooperative to the Commission's inquiries during investigation, other security authorities such as the Army or National Intelligence often deny access or are unresponsive. This lack of transparency and accountability only deepens the suffering of families searching for their loved ones. In line with the finding of the Working Group on Enforced or Involuntary Disappearances visit, the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission emphasizes the critical issues of underreporting, which persist across the African continent. Many victims and their families remain unaware of their rights, and enforced disappearances are not always recognized or documented as such, contributing to the culture of invisibility. The Ethiopian Human Rights Commission would also like to draw attention to the disturbing trend of criminalizing victims, members of civil society organizations, and legal advocates. This group, in the pursuit of justice, often face threats, discrediting, and legal obstacles. Therefore, the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission continues to advocate for comprehensive accountability and non-recurrence measures. We continue to urge the Ethiopian government to ratify the International Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearance, a critical step toward ensuring justice and preventing future violations. We echo the call for credible efforts to protect those seeking justice for enforced disappearances and to remove barriers that obstruct their work. Finally, the report of the Working Group on Enforced or Involuntary Disappearances highlights the deep-seated impunity that exists across the region, a challenge that Ethiopia also faces. Without breaking the cycle of impunity, it will be impossible to achieve true justice for victims and their families. We call on the Ethiopian government to ensure the meaningful inclusion of victims and their families in the ongoing transitional justice and national dialogue processes. Their participation is essential in addressing enforced disappearances and rebuilding trust in the country's justice system. In conclusion, ending this violation requires the concerted efforts of governments, civil society, and regional and international bodies, and national human rights institutions in their work towards justice, truth, and dignity for all victims. Thank you very much.
Je remercie Madame Masele pour cette importante intervention.
This important intervention, which highlighted the increase in enforced disappearance in her country, Ethiopia. She mentioned 42 cases of enforced disappearances documented by the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission, and we shall come back together on that issue with the representative of the country present. She talked of the importance of taking care of victims, but as well as defenders against reprisals. She also highlighted the need to ensure accountability and the investigations which need to be carried out and against those responsible for enforced disappearance. And this gives me the opportunity to give the floor to Mr. Asanshe, who is the Executive Director of the Defenders. We've talked a lot about reprisals against defenders who report cases of enforced disappearance. So we want to have your perspective on that. You have the floor for 7 minutes. Thank you.
I also want to acknowledge and thank the representative of state parties, Ambassador Nedimeni. Seeing him now, this is space, it's a great privilege. We used to rub shoulders in Geneva, but now he's in the continent here. I congratulate Honorable Awa Balde and the working group on leading and undertaking such relevant initiatives. Such a mission would significantly reinforce the collaboration with the African human rights system and further bridge the complementarity gap in responding to human rights violations in Africa. We advocate for more such initiatives within the Addis Ababa roadmap on cooperation between special procedures of the African Commission and the Human and People's Rights and the UN Human Rights Council. Such framework is very important for cross-pollinating expertise and building actionable and impactful recommendations of states. As Continental Network, we have committed to supporting cooperation framework of the past decade to ensure such partnership remain relevant. As Madame Awa's report stipulates, we particularly recognize the regional economic community's core essentials and a valuable role in tackling issues related to enforced disappearances. It's a serious concern that most reported cases of enforced disappearances are in the African continent. The trend are around political repression during the armed conflict, in times of crisis, such as protests during electoral-related violence and repression. In addition to militarization and security crackdown, in addition, such practices occur during the migration or under asylum seekers and refugee status. In general context, we can highlight Egypt with a crackdown on dissent and political opposition. In Ethiopia, we just heard that 42
documented, but there are others undocumented. People have disappeared in Ethiopia. In the conflict in Tigray, Amhara, and Oromia regions, there is also a trend of both state and non-state actors making disappearance of those perceived to be not their supporters. The Democratic Republic of Congo, with ongoing conflict and militia activities in the eastern and Nigeria's Boko Haram insurgents and the security response, to name only few countries in the continent. For instance, Burkina Faso is signatory to the International Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearances. Recently, the military junta has intensified its crackdown on civil society, leading to the abduction of activists and political opponents. Since late November 2023, at least over 100 individuals have disappeared in Ouagadougou, raising the serious concern about enforced disappearances. Similarly, in Kenya, the rising trend of abduction and cross-border repression are recurring. During the recent protests of the Gen Z movement, several people are missing. To make it worse, most recently, asylum seekers were forcibly abducted without due process and deported to Turkey. Moreover, multinational corporations, particularly in the telecommunications sector, are implicated in surveillance activities targeting opinion leaders, human rights defenders, and journalists investigating corruption and misconduct. It's important to note that victims endure severe abuses, leaving their families in distress and leading to psychological and physical torture. In conclusion, in terms of response to tackle the issue, it's sad to note that African governments have failed to take decisive and political action to end such practices. The international response has been limited for several reasons, including the gap in international legal pressure and accountability, and limited inadequate support for human rights mechanisms, such as a commission to respond to the issue. I'll stop here, and I thank you for giving me the floor.
Merci beaucoup, professeur Assanchir, pour cette perspective intéressante.
For this interesting perspective, you shed light on the motivation behind the practice of enforced disappearance. Enforced disappearances have been noted in the 70s in South America, where there were dictatorships, and this is what motivated the legal the fact that this matter was legally addressed in a declaration in the 1980s, and the establishment of the working group of the United Nations, and the process that led to the adoption of this convention. The motivation was to usher in a climate of fear, to make opponents fearful for their lives, and there are reprisals at that level. All the viewpoints have been put on the table. Africa too is in the grips of these enforced disappearances, and their viewpoint to lay emphasis on prevention. The Addis Ababa roadmap, which is the pooling of our efforts and on human rights mechanisms, and our own commission. I now open the second part of this panel. We have interaction with the participants. I'll start with states. If there are any states that wish to take the floor, kindly let us know. No member state. Is there any NHRI which wishes to take the floor? The Gambia. I give the floor to the representative of the Gambia.
La Gambie avait soumis
its written responses to the list of issues provided by the committee. And we have done consultations with the stakeholders from the relevant ministries and institutions to gather information on the progress made since the last cycle. So we have now come up with a draft which was reviewed, and it is to be validated by the stakeholders before the submission. So we are yet to validate our reviewed draft for this for the consultation that was made with the stakeholders in respect to the progress made. And the Gambia has now accepted nearly all the TRRC recommendations. And we have developed and implement a plan in its white paper which provides a roadmap and on how it will implement the recommendation of the TRRC recommendations. Additionally, we have enacted the Special Prosecutor's Office Act and a Special Accountability Mechanism Act, which will provide means to prosecute the alleged perpetrators of the enforced disappearances during the Jammeh regime. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la représentante de la Gambie, pour avoir donné des détails sur votre coopération avec le comité de disparition forcée des Nations Unies. Coopération que nous...
The disappearance of the UN. Is there another request for the floor? For NHRIs, civil society organizations, does anybody wish to take the floor? An NGO? Yes, sir.
Commitment to human rights and also to the special rapporteurs for enforced disappearances in ACHBR. Their work sheds light on the struggles faced by victims and human rights defenders, providing hope and international attention to otherwise overlooked issues. The partnership between the ACHBR and the UN Special Rapporteurs goes beyond the formal cooperation. It represents a beacon of solidarity and a shared mission for justice. However, we recognize that much work remains to be done to address the systematic issue that is persists practically for victims of enforced disappearances and human rights defenders in North Africa. An essential step towards and a more impactful partnership is to revise the Article 59.1 in the Addis Ababa roadmap, which guides the relationship between the ACHBR and the UN Special Rapporteur. Strengthening this article can help us to create a more victim-centered approach, empowering the ACHBR to advocate more effectively on behalf of those who are suffering. And force Article 51 will not only improve cooperation, but will ensure that the voices of victims resound powerfully on international platform. This will allow both institutions to conduct more joint investigation, deliver timely public statement, and apply coordinated pressure on states where human rights abuses are rampant. For many human rights defenders in North Africa, gaining access to the international protections and visibility is fraught with obstacles. They face constant threats, including enforced disappearances, attacks used to silence those who dare to change repressive regimes. This practice not only devastated individual lives, but also undermines entire commitments who live in fear for their loved ones' fate. Despite these challenges, the ACHBR and the UN Special Rapporteurs have made notable progress through joint visits, statements, and awareness-raising events, they have successfully highlighted the crucial human rights issue affecting Africa. But more can be done by expanding this partnership and prioritize the needs of human rights defenders. We can create a stronger, more co-host platform that ensure human rights defenders have direct access to both institutions and the support they need. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup pour cette contribution. Est-ce qu'il y a une autre demande de parole, contribution ou question? Je ne vois pas d'autres demandes de parole. Donc, commissaire Lita, honorable commissaire Lita, vous avez la parole.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the floor. I would like to take the floor first to commend the presenters for very eloquent presentations and very thought-provoking. We are living in an era where forced disappearances are actually increasing instead of decreasing, and I think this is a matter of great concern. I'm taking the floor, Chair, to appreciate the contribution of linking slavery with forced disappearances that has just been made, and to say that this is very timely, because next year the theme of the AU Summit is going to look at African descendants, and I think the Republic of South Africa's involvement in this matter gives us an edge in trying to bring some of these things on the agenda of the theme of the summit. In fact, we are, and Ambassador is aware of this, we are now in a situation where some of our people who were abducted would like to come back home. And there's a need to support this kind of conversation and to have a very candid discussion. We remember that some of them feel that our chiefdoms may have collaborated during that phase with the abductors or the slave dealers. So this is a time to show goodwill, to show that actually we are welcome to, we are expecting that kind of situation. And so I would like to say that this is something which needs to be discussed further. Some of our descendants in the diaspora have taken DNA tests, and they are able to say from which village they were abducted from. And this is scientific. And so, Chair, these are issues that maybe we need to reflect on. And I would like to just ask a question to our presenter. What is the way forward? How do we take this matter forward? I'm the commissioner in charge of indigenous communities in the commission, and so this concerns me, and that's why I'm taking the floor. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, honorable collègue, pour cette intervention importante que je mets en corrélation avec la proposition qui nous a été faite tout à l'heure par son Excellence.
Earlier by His Excellency, to see what link we can establish between slavery and enforced disappearance, and to reconcile all that with the prospect of reparations in the future. It is important, but we cannot deepen that reflection within the framework of this, our conversation. But in other fora, we may have the opportunity to further the reflection. But we would have responses when I give the floor to the members of the panel. In the remaining 10 minutes, I will give the panelists the opportunity to react to what has been said. And Salma Stacey, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. I would like to commend you as well as all the members of the panel for their brilliant presentation. I have a minor question to ask to the panelists. What are the measures that can be adopted by the working group of the UN on enforced disappearance and by your African mechanism? What measures can be adopted taking into account certain laws that were enacted by a number of African countries and they relate to amnesty that has been proffered in some quarters? Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Salmasasi. I now come back to the panel, and I would like the panel to kindly ask them to react to the issues raised. Madam Awa.
Is also one of those examples on how the commitment to ending forced disappearance should look like. The working group, the last visit that the working group undertook in the African continent was in the Gambia in 2018. It was a very successful visit in the sense that the engagement with government and their commitment towards change was something that is absolutely recommendable. We have produced, following the visit, a country report, and with concrete recommendations. Many of those recommendations were taken up by the government. We have continued our dialogue with the government of Gambia bilaterally and continue to support the government of Gambia throughout the process. The ratification of the convention was also a significant step toward the ending of the practice of enforced disappearance. Our cooperation with the government of Gambia have continued over the years. Last year, 2 years ago, we produced a follow-up report in which the government substantively contributed, telling us the specific steps that they have taken towards the implementations of the recommendations that we had in our report. So we appreciate this kind of support and the cooperation from the government, once again restating that without the government commitment to ending forced disappearance, none of the human rights mechanisms can do that on their own. So we appreciate the opportunity. Going back to the intervention from Egypt, of course, the civil society from Egypt have a long-standing cooperation with the working group, and we have worked together in multiple occasions to raise the situation of enforced disappearance in Egypt, but also beyond Egypt in all of the Maghreb region, and it's something that we appreciate even in Geneva and also here in Banjul. To us, the point raised about strengthening the cooperation between the two mechanisms, but also allowing space for civil society, this is something that we think is absolutely crucial. The implementation of the Addis Ababa roadmap requires a three-party approach, one from the special procedures, another one from the African Commission, but also with the civil society at the center of our initiatives. As you will notice, Hamid, in each and every instance that we have such public discussions, civil society is also represented. But that said, even bilaterally, we will continue to engage civil society, because without you, we cannot, none of us, not the Commission, not the working group, can implement their mandate. I would like to tell you that in terms of the partnership that we have had with the Commission, we have over the years, on the International Day of Victims of Enforced Disappearance, we issued joint statements with the Commission. We have also furthered this cooperation this year through the launch of the report in Geneva, where we had the honor of having Commissioner So, and we issued more recently even a joint statement on a specific situation of disappearance that has happened here. So we continue to look to opportunity to raise the voice of the victims together, because together we are stronger, and together we think we can make a bigger impact in terms of what's our mandate. Going back to comment from Commissioner Lita, thank you very much for your comment and for raising this issue. I was not aware. This is not something that the working group has discussed, or this is not a discussion that has undertaken place. But to me, as an African, there is no better examples of a forced disappearance that took our people far away from our continent and have had an enduring impact in what our continent is today. So if we say that enforced disappearance, this is our talking, not someone from the UN or the working group, but thinking creatively. If we say that enforced disappearance is a continuous crime, so maybe there is an entry point there on how we can frame that in terms of discussing this issue that have affected all of us, those in diaspora and those who are in the continent. So I look forward to continue this conversation bilaterally. In terms of reparation, to say there is really within the small reach that is this issue that has been discussed, we have a thematic study on reparation where we look at reparation from beyond the monetary reparation, but also should include medical, psychological rehabilitation and guarantees of no repetition. I would say the language, the legal language is there, so there would be an invitation for all of us as Africans to think creatively on how we can further raise this issue. I would like also to mention, Commissioner Lita, that our current thematic study that will be issued next year is on enforced disappearance and land and environmental. So the issue of indigenous people is directly concerned to this thematic report, and we would welcome the opportunity to engage with you in that thematic report as well. I will bilaterally contact you for this purpose. Commissioner Sauna Sasi, thank you very much for your intervention. To say that from the international legal perspective standpoint, the amnesty does not apply to the cases of enforced disappearance. You have it both in the declaration but also in the convention. Thank you very much. I will stop here.
Merci. Merci beaucoup, Awa. La parole à son Excellence Ndimini.
His Excellency, for 10 minutes for your closing remarks.
Agree with the last point that was being made on the nexus between slavery. The point I was making earlier about the 6th region basically pertains to that. This is an issue that I think is also cross-continental. But central to this is a subject that we're working on as South Africa, and we've also had this conversation in the context of the Southern Africa Regional Preparatory Meeting for the 9th Pan-African Congress. The issue here is an issue of spirituality and healing. That is the issue. There are wounded people out there. There are families that have to find closure, and this is an aspect that I think we would like to discuss further. But not only with respect to Afro descendants, this aspect of the role of traditional leaders now and even previously is a very big issue for us. We're closely looking at the issue of what we call role of traditional leaders in diplomacy. And a very basic example, there's a very close relationship between ourselves and Eswatini. Very close relationship. There's also a very close relationship between ourselves and Zimbabwe. You cannot extricate that based on the legal systems from the Western Hemisphere. You will forever not understand why some of the diplomatic approaches that are undertaken on the basis of Ubuntu, why are they taken? And these are some of the issues that overlap with the issues that are in discussion here. So we do want to bring those dimensions in, that there's a nexus in relationship between traditional leaders, but also the other aspect which I think is important to highlight here is the very role of the governments that were involved even previously in slavery and slave trade. Some of them are apologizing now, or they are expressing, what they call they call an aspect of feeling sorry for what they did. But then, what does that mean? What does that mean in literal terms? The Commonwealth right now is meeting, and central to the conversations there is actually this very subject matter that we are talking about. So we need to also look at how we bring those, especially from the countries of the North, that were part of these issues, so that when we look at the issues, we look at them comprehensively. That would be my reaction to the issues that were raised. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Excellence, pour cette réaction intéressante. Je donne maintenant la parole au professeur Hassan Cheikh pour ses propos conclusifs.
Remarks.
The centrality of the human rights defenders with regard to fighting impunity and documenting the cases of enforced disappearance must be appreciated. Majority of the cases I'm talking about involves categories of human rights defenders who themselves have been made to disappear. Among them is extractive industries, land rights activists who stand between vulnerable communities and multinational companies and government of the day who want only the resource but not the people in the space. Then those who are monitoring elections, particularly the contested ones, where mostly the outcome is now, but the truth in between, defenders stand up and tell how manipulation have taken place. Those, if you allow me, those who are focusing on armed conflict, sustained armed conflict, like countries like Sudan, like countries like now Ethiopia, like countries like Somalia, Sahel countries, armed conflict, also parties involved in the armed conflict, they always target the human rights defenders because those are the ones who are documenting for future accountability. And lastly, but not least, those who are working in countries where legal repression and divided societies are prevalent, and quite a number of cases in the continent. Repressive regimes use what we call it a targeted and selective law, articles of the law, in order to silence human rights defenders and completely disappear. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, professeur. Les échanges que nous avons eus.
Well, the panel has shown that Africa is not outside this phenomenon, but it has also placed emphasis on the necessity to have prevention against this phenomenon. And in my opinion, this enhancement of prevention should go through advocacy, but also strengthening of the legal framework which will allow us to fight against enforced disappearances. The situation on the ground is that enforced disappearance is not seen as a separate case. It is dealt with on arbitrary detention, but for me these are offenses which are indeed serious. So my appeal to the states is to enhance the legal framework and acknowledging this as a separate offense, but also to ratify the convention. I also want all the stakeholders to take ownership of the guidelines that we have enacted on this issue since 2022 and also to popularize them. Let me conclude by making an appeal for enhancement for the protection of human rights defenders who bear the brunt and who are victims of this disparison. I would just like to say something with respect to the question raised by Professor Selma with respect to the amnesty law. Amnesty law can have an effect on public activity, on the criminal prosecutions that can take place in cases of enforced disappearance. But then these laws does not neutralize the right of the victims to know the truth. It should also not impede reparations to the prejudice suffered. So this is what I want to add in response to Mrs. Balde. Chairperson, I believe I have respected the time frame allocated to me, and I would like to thank the panelists who have shared their presentation, and we would also like to thank the participants who enrich the discussions. I thank you, and I hand over the floor to you. Thank you, and congratulations to all the panelists and your good self for adhering to the time frame. We now move on to item number 3, follow-up, situation of human rights in Africa. Human rights situation in Africa. I would, on my list, I have Ethiopian Human Rights Commission. Ethiopian Human Rights Commission. Abdi Jibril Gasa, number 18 rather. Ethiopian Human Rights Commission. Thank you. We will now proceed with the agenda. I have been informed that there is neither any state nor NGO or NHRI who are registered under item number 3. Now, we will look at the presentation of activity reports before moving on to the response of Angola, which is scheduled for today. So I would share with you my activity report as the chairperson and as special rapporteur on human rights defenders. The reports are available on the website of the Commission, and those who would like to participate in the discussions, I would submit the report as chairperson of the African Commission, submitted in accordance with Article 16 of the Rules of Procedure, and it undertakes the activities we undertook since the 79th ordinary session convened in June 2024. In my capacity as chairperson, I coordinated the activities of the commissions, and I also supervise the secretariat's work. The only particular issue in the instant case is the fact that we closely monitored the process for the finalization of the recruitment of the Deputy Executive Secretary. The process has already been concluded, and Mrs. Abiola has been confirmed, and we are currently finalizing for the deputy executive secretary. All the applications have been selected and the interviews were conducted, and now we are waiting for the final decisions of the Addis policies. This will allow the Secretariat to have a full-time managerial team and not on a part-time basis. This coordination indeed resulted in positive results, and we believe there has been a better coordination of inter-session activities of the members of the Commission. And among the recommendations we are giving on this particular point, that when it comes to the reforms of the bodies of the African Union, the issue of the reform unit under the post of the chairperson of the African Commission would be a permanent post, giving enforced coordination, improved coordination, and streamlined coordination. We had a working group with Mr. Olaf Skop, the European Union Special Representative for Human Rights. This meeting was convened in Brussels, and I seized the opportunity of my stay in Brussels to pay a visit to this important authority of the African Union. This also, the result was that the European Union was sensitized on the challenges faced by the Commission and 3 fields of collaboration were identified. And not only these 3 fields, the issue related to human rights defenders, we discussed about the death penalty and gender-based violence. And this is the meeting I had with Mr. Olaf Skop in Brussels. I also led a delegation of the African Commission to the inter-mechanism dialogue between the African Commission and the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. This was in July in Washington, and during the interaction we had with that institution, that sister institution, namely the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, we have learned a lot, not only on the issues of their rules of procedure, but the similarities with this institution, and also areas of collaborations were established. Some gray areas when it comes to the functioning of our commission was clarified in line with established practice by the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. This also is included in the report, so it is in the public knowledge. I also participated at the meetings of the policy-making organs of the African Union, as well as in the various parallel meetings which were convened. This was also in July. This was the PRC meetings of the Executive Council, as well as the parallel site events which were convened during those very meetings, and the coordination meeting itself in which we participated. The side events on the margins of this summit, we also participated in them, but one of the most important meetings is the meeting with the Office of the African Court on Human and People's Rights. As you know, we still continue to work in the field of complementarity. There are still some gray areas remaining, but we had internal meetings, and thanks to these meetings, these gray areas were cleared, and I seized the opportunity with the Vice Chair to discuss with the Bureau of the Court, and they favorably received the proposal of the African Commission to give impetus to the African human rights protection system, which, as you all know, has recorded some failures, and we are trying to juggle the situation. Time, funds are lacking. Normally, there were plans to convene a retreat with the court to finalize this. In the margins of this coordination meeting, we had a meeting of the representative of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. So the idea was to sensitize them on the pre-forum of state that we convene on the margins of this 81st ordinance session. In the same vein, I also initiated a meeting with the permanent representative of the Republic of the Gambia, who also participated in this summit. And the objective was to infuse more dynamism in the relationship with the host country when it comes to convening our sessions here in Gambia. And in most cases, we do interact with the permanent representative, and I would like to seize this opportunity to thank her. It's Her Excellency Mrs. Jennifer Jan. It is thanks to her involvement that the meeting is being convened in the Gambia here. I also would like to thank the Honorable Minister of Justice and Attorney General, Mr. Dawda, who has worked hand in hand with the permanent representative of the Gambia in Addis Ababa, so that our sessions be held here. Each session is a challenge, and we need to interact with the authorities for the TORs, the venue, the related cost. And I would like to seize this opportunity to make an appeal to African states who have established the African Commission not to leave this task to Gambia alone. This is, all the states should be involved. It's 2 ordinary sessions per year. It is, all the states could receive, rather than leaving the Gambia for 40 years to do so. Well, these are things I can say on the microphone, but if you come to the Secretariat, we will give you the cost of the session. Each country could cater for this. We, commissioners, the African Union budget takes care of us, so I really urge states to reflect on it. It's the only forum we have for communities, to Africans, to deal with matters relating to human rights. Let us water down the burden borne by the Gambia. I'm not saying that it's the Gambia who asked me to say this, but I do know the constraints that they have gone through for organizing this for the last 40 years. It's meant for Africa, and please allow this organ to convene its meeting. I deliberately belabored this point. I participated in the work of the 88th ordinary session. This was a private session where we looked at the outstanding communications, even though the number is not as much as we want, but then we have areas. And this session, the 88th session, allowed us to reduce the backlog. Given that this session was held virtually, the recommendation we are making is for states to seize this opportunity that COVID brought around Zoom. The states could not benefit from the fact that COVID brought Zoom. We have no master over this platform. It means that all that we are saying with respect to the human rights situation in Africa, if even before our heads of state know it, it is already been heard by others. The Tonton Makuts, as we called them before. The state should look at this matter. I'm even surprised to see on Zoom an official meeting, and this you will not see in the Council of Europe. Our recommendation here is we would not like to have these virtual meetings. We do not want these virtual meetings. So the recommendation is that despite the facilities offered by the new information and communication technologies, there is a pressing need for all the Commission's work to be carried out face to face. We have talked about Article 19. Well, the issue of confidentiality. When we are discussing about communications on Zoom, I don't think so. We are talking among ourselves and we disclose this to everybody. And here I am looking at the states. I also participated in the consultation on training of traditional chiefs in Africa. This was a good consultation organized by the steering committee of the NGO Forum, involving the traditional chiefs and regional and religious chiefs are human rights defenders. And at that consultation, it appeared that the imams, the Catholic priests, the traditional chiefs showed us how they explain human rights in their mosques, in their churches, and that consequently that what we are doing in promoting human rights, that they will be involved, be associated. There are even some imams who told me that they have looked at the charter and they looked at it next to the Quran and they saw similarities. So in other words, the African Charter has a lot of the provisions of the African Charter is also, some of it are in the Quran. And the same for the Bible. And we talked about the 10 commandments of Moses, and but the Bible also does. Actually, all the other sacred texts, even the Jews works do that. We thank Anna Foster who involved these traditional and religious leaders, and we believe that this charter was put in place for so that the human rights will not be a copy of the Occidental human rights, but that it be read, taking into account the African values and traditions, which are who are the custodians. Who are the custodians of these values? It is the traditional or religious leaders. I say that the preparatory works of the African Charter was enacted, and this is what the founding fathers had in mind. We also, and I coordinated the first forum on the pre-sessions of state to the African Charter, and we believe that this forum would continue because the business model that we have had so far was that before the session you had the NGO NHRI session. Now the member states have requested that they also convene their pre-session. This session belongs to them, and we believe that at the second pre-sessions they will be the one to preside. They would organize the agenda. We would only be there as observers, because in most cases this is lacking. I also participated at the 7th forum of NHRIs, and I also participated in some of the panels. Now, for letters, publications of press releases, statements, I would like to draw your attention to item number 11 of our report, where all the letters indicated. Now, this is what I can say when it comes to the report of the chairperson. Now, let me, without much ado, continue with those of the mechanisms under my purview. Then we'll go to discussions. Now, the special rapporteur on human rights defenders, as you know, normally this report, it is under the charter, calls upon the mechanisms to present activities on the intercession. And here I would like to report on the activities I realize as focal point on the independence of the judiciary, and in that regard, urgent appeal letters on the violation activities focal point on independence of the judiciary, and particularly the urgent appeal letter on forced enlistment of magistrates in security operations in Burkina Faso. We sent them that urgent appeal letter, and so far we have not received any response. In the same vein, we sent an urgent appeal letter concerning the interference by high authorities in the administration of justice in the Republic of Zambia. We are still awaiting their response. And under the purview of this mandate, we also participated. We were called upon to participate in the summit, the All-African Judges and Juries Summit. This was in September 2024 in Kenya. Unfortunately, because of my work schedule, I was not able to participate, but then I was represented by Dr. Lisi Rita Musima Ogana, and I would like to thank her for that. I am also responsible for monitoring human rights situation in 5 state parties to the Charter: Algeria, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, Mali, and Togo. And for these countries, I did participate in some activities for the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, together with Honorable Selma Sassi Safer, Special Rapporteur on Refugees. We released a press release on the discovery of 12 bodies of migrants, including children who died in the Algerian desert, not far from the border with Libya, and other bodies of sub-Saharan migrants, including a woman found in the desert near the border with Mali. We are investigating on other cases, and when we also took initiatives from Mali, the Togolese Republic of Togo, with regard to the Republic of Cameroon, paragraph 21, 22, Republic of Cote d'Ivoire. We did take some initiatives relating to these said countries. In item number 3, activities as Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders, we had an academic visit to the Republic of Angola, and here we would like to thank the Angolan authorities. And what I learned at this visit was that our collaboration with the Ombudsman institution, well, in some countries there are no National Human Rights Commission but Ombudsman, and I believe there is need to improve on the situation, because the welcome as Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders from these institutions, independent institutions, would mean actually was such that we believe that the Commission is not well known by the Ombudsman themselves. They are not aware what really the mission. So I decided to involve them more in our work. And we, and the Ombudsman in Africa, we do the same work, namely promotion and protection of human rights. I had a virtual consultation with the Kenyan civil society organizations. I would like to thank here the African Human Rights Defenders Network, which assisted us to bring together all the human rights defenders in Kenya so that we can have our own idea, our own opinion about the situation of human rights defenders in Kenya under the background of all these demonstrations that were convened not long ago. In Porto Novo, in Benin, I participated in a regional training for West African journalists, and I would like to thank our partner organization, RFLD, for having made it possible for us to meet these West African journalists. I also participated in the commemoration of the 10th anniversary of Resolution 275 in Johannesburg, South Africa. The Resolution 275 is the one that we voted and which calls for the protection of all human rights defenders who work in what you call protection of people who have another sexual orientation. It is a resolution of the Commission, and I was involved in Durban, South Africa, in the commemoration of this anniversary.
I signed a joint declaration on the protection of right to freedom of association in the light of foreign agent and foreign influence. And this is an activity which was initiated by the United Nations, the Special Rapporteur of the United Nations on freedom of association and assembly. In October, I was in Kampala with African defenders, and we had an interactive dialogue with civil society from the whole of East Africa and the Horn of Africa, as well as civil society organizations of Uganda. And I would like to sincerely thank them for enabling us to mobilize defenders from this part of Africa, and especially regarding the declaration of the African Union on human rights defenders and on protection activities. Several urgent letters were sent to Cameroon. I sent 2, and Cote d'Ivoire 2, Ethiopia an appeal, urgent appeal, and in Kenya 1, and Mali 1, Democratic Congo 2, and Togo 1. So in total, we sent 12 letters, and we want to recommend that to government delegates that when urgent letters are sent, they should respond. In the report, we also carried out analysis of the human rights situation defenders in Africa, and the novelty this year is that we've put in place a tracker, which is a tool which we adored here, which enables us through modern means to have objective overview of the human rights situation on the continent, and enable us to make available to societies, civil societies, HNRIs, which enables us to know the situation on the continent. On reprisal, the special rapporteur and focal point on reprisals, the report is still not yet out, and people are asking questions as to why we don't have the report. But I will throw it back to them. The issue of reprisals is suffering the same fate as that of communication. Why is it that we've had only 1,150 communications? It means that Africans are afraid of defending themselves or to say what is wrong in his or her country. And I can assure you that had it not been the presence of NGOs, which I would refer to as those in charge of transmitting communications, I believe that in 40 years we would only have had about 100 or 150 communications, and we need to be honest and frank. We also have analysis on the breakdown of civil society, and in terms of jurisdiction of state, there's subsidiarity, but it's also internationally. The NGO forums in recent times, I advocated for a free civil society which is not chained or which is not subservient to any state. We want them to do their work, because the work that civil society does is a work which ensures the development of Africa. In drawing your attention, members of government, as human rights defenders, and of course the government is also a human rights defender. That's why I want to appeal to the government, and the government is the foremost human rights defender. So take your hands off civil society and allow them to be free, because if civil society it does not exist, we will not know how governments deal with their population. And its international platform here in Banjul or elsewhere allow civil societies to work. In my report, I had some important cases, and for which I want to draw the attention of states. In Burkina Faso, I requested for clarification the case of Mesa Bascon, and we are still awaiting response from the government of Burkina Faso on her situation. And in Mozambique, Evinio Opias also, and Mr. Paulo Mwambe, these two, Evinio Diaz was assassinated recently, and the commission issued a statement on that, and he was even a candidate in the presidential elections. The young man who came here to protest in this hall with his own process or method, at that time he came here with a megaphone, and on social network he's had threats, and so we were able to evacuate him through Ubuntu, which is civil society, to take him to a safer place. And we have been able to ensure that he's relocated to another country pending the coming of the situation in his country. And I'm talking about the young man who came here to make that protest. He's persona non grata in his country now. In Zambia, the case of the constitutional judge and also human rights defender is of concern. And in this intercession, well, we would like to clarify the issue with authorities of the country to know more about his faith. And there is also the case in the Democratic Republic of Congo. That is the case of some human rights defenders who pronounce themselves on the moratorium on death penalty. But the most important case is that of Michel Kalemba and Gila Kongolo, ACAT DRC. And since they made that declaration, they've been, or protest, they've been facing threats. And so what I can say, this is what I can say in respect of the content of the report and the recommendations. So, Vice Chair, do you have the list of those who have inscribed, who have registered to comment on this report? You have the floor, Vice Chair.
Honorable State Delegates, participants of this meeting, we don't have any state registrar for this report. We have one NHRI, Ethiopian Human Rights Commission. Okay. Yes, you are not on the list, you didn't register. Okay, Algeria, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Vice-Présidente. Ma délégation prend note du rapport présenté par l'honorable commissaire et souhaiterait tout d'abord rappeler l'engagement du gouvernement algérien à coopérer de bonne foi
operating in good faith with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and to systematically respond in a documented and transparent manner to communications addressed to Algeria. Regarding the report presented, I wish to express, Honorable Commissioners, our surprise and our incomprehension regarding the allegations contained in your report, that is the management of migration flows in Algeria, especially along the southern border of my country. My delegation knows that the allegations are based exclusively on informal sources and even from false claims, and it should be noted that these type of allegations were quoted in the report without cross-checking the facts with the authorities, and this undermines the credibility and objectivity of the report of the Commission. Having said this, in the name of my delegation, I want to provide the clarifications which we deem necessary. Algeria remains confronted in recent years with unprecedented migration flows, in the face of which it adopts a tolerant attitude, and several migrants across at the expense of their lives the Sahara Desert, known by to specialized agencies due to its vastness and then the heat, and which a situation which makes it very dangerous and also is fraught with risk and poses risk to migrants. You understand that Algeria cannot alone have the full control of the Sahara Desert and then the situation in the desert. And so we would like to use this opportunity to express its deep condolences to all the families of the bereaved families who lost their children, their sons and daughters who tried to cross the border in their bid to reach other countries. Regarding the migration flows, Algeria has put in place judicial and operational measures to ensure the respect of the rights of migrants, and several operations of repatriation of migrants in irregular situations are organized in order to bring relief to these groups, especially women and children who are often have to beg and become victims of organized criminals. And we comply and ensure that we ensure maximum comfort to these people in conformity with their countries of origin. That's why Algeria takes care of the medical care, the food, and the accommodation of nationals who cross into the country from the Sahel. Algeria also prioritizes voluntary returns, which enables the repatriation of irregular migrants in collaboration with their countries of origin and the world organization and the international migration bodies. So 12,000 people have benefited from that voluntary returns, and Algeria also takes a holistic view of migration based on the need to take on board the aspects relating to human rights of the rights of migrants, the drivers of migration, and then their human rights. So, our honorable commissioners, I want to assure you that irregular migration remains a major issue of major concern of Algerian government, a situation which has caught the attention of the central and local governments, and then the country cooperates with OIM and provide medical, social and psychosocial assistance to all migrants in distress. And we want to reiterate the commitment of our country to protect all human rights without discrimination. And my delegation would like to state these concerns to be taken into account, and then also urge the Commission to look objectively at and verify the objectivity and then the diversity of information provided, so that there will be cooperation with states and not confrontation.
Of those subjected to unlawful or arbitrary detention, especially in regions outside Addis Ababa, are people active on social media, and allegations often relate to defamation of government officials or acts and speech inciting conflict. In view of the aforementioned concerns, the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission reiterates the African Commission's call to states and urges the government of Ethiopia to adopt a regulatory framework for the protection of human rights defenders in pursuance of the model law on the protection of human rights defenders. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ethiopian Human Rights Commission. We now move on to the NGOs. FAIRCAT, Observer Status 40. Okay. South Africa Litigation Center. Southern Africa Litigation Center. Observer Status 420. No? Pan-African Lawyers Union. Pan-African Lawyers Union. International Service for Human Rights.
Yes, present.
Thank you. May go ahead.
Monsieur le Président, honorable commissaire, chers délégués, chers collègues de la société civile.
Members of civil society, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I thank you, Chair, for the presentation of your report. Chairperson, in 2014, the Commission decided to extend the mandate of a special rapporteur on human defenders in Africa to encompass the issue of reprisals. And following your call for contribution to your first report on reprisals, the International Service on Human Rights submitted in 2021 a report which presented a worrying trend of intimidation and reprisals in several African countries against civil societies cooperating with the African human rights mechanism. In view of the importance of the report on the promotion and protection of the rights of human rights defenders and the existence of reprisals on the continent, we are not convinced of the need to publish the report within a reasonable time frame so that information contained therein does not become anachronistic. Chair, it will be also important for civil society in its entirety to know what it could do to help the mandate to publish the report on reprisals. Furthermore, we call on your mandate to take proactive measures to counter human rights violations against environmental human rights in defenders in Liberia, Democratic Republic of Congo, Sierra Leone, and in Uganda, especially in Uganda. The increase in attacks against human rights defenders, including kidnappers and forced disappearance, torture, and inhuman and cruel treatment against human rights defenders are worrying, and there have been about 192 violations of this kind since 2021. We call on your mandate and working group on extractive industries and to undertake a joint visit so as to enable Rwanda deliver on its obligations. In closing, civic space has shrunk considerably in Angola through the crackdown and the criminalizing of defenders and journalists, especially Orunda Gua, who was arrested in 2021, as well as the arrest and then the charging of 2 defenders in 2022. And we also the attacks against union leaders you also see. In Cote d'Ivoire, Zero Ruby campaign led to attacks against human rights defenders in several parts of the country, and we call on states to comply with their obligation of creating conducive environment for human rights activists to carry their duty in line with international. Thank you.
Is delivered in cooperation with Dignity and the Committee for Justice. We wish to highlight the worsening situation in Egypt for human rights defenders and lawyers. The environment is increasingly hostile, especially with the new amendment proposed to the Criminal Procedures Law. Although these changes are described as reforms, they could seriously harm justice, human rights, and rule of law in Egypt. The amendments extend pretrial detention, increase judicial authority, and give more power to law enforcement. This will likely lead to more arbitrary arrests and acts of retaliation against these defending human rights. This situation threatens the safety and the freedom of activists while also undermining the legal protections needed for a fair justice system. The Egyptian government continues to target human rights defenders with travel bans, freezing of assets, and unjust trial. The proposed change would further enable repression with new tools for prolonged detentions without trial and false charge. This approach recycles detainees into new cases, creating an ongoing cycle of injustice and impunity. This amendment not only conflict with Egypt's own constitution, but also violate the African Charter on Human and People Rights and other international agreements Egypt has committed to. These changes are a serious threat to civil freedoms. Furthermore, transnational repression has become a disturbing strategy of the Egyptian government, which now targets activists living abroad. Egyptian authorities are reaching across border to threaten and harass dissent who sought safety in other countries. This includes threats, revoking passports, and pressuring foreign governments to extradite or silence these activists. Such action weaken international human rights protections and create hostile environment even for Egyptians outside of Egypt. We call on the Special Rapporteur to urge the Egypt government to end these practices, follow international human rights standards, and release or detain human rights defenders immediately and unconditionally. Among these still detained for their activism are Ibrahim Mutwalli Hijazi, Izzat Ghunim, Huda Abdel Menam, Dr. Ahmed Shawqi Abdel Sattar Amasha. Additionally, our colleague Muhammad al-Baqir remains on the terrorist list despite his recent release. We urge the Commission to act swiftly to stop this repression and protect the rights of human rights defenders both inside and outside Egypt. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights.
Honorable Chairperson, Special Rapporteur, Honorable Commissioners, State Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights presents this statement based on verifiable information evidence that includes cases of HRDs that Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights has represented. Human rights defenders remain endangered. We want to encourage the government of Zimbabwe to fully implement the recommendations made by the African Commission following the submission of the combined report of 2007 to 2019 on the African Charter on Women and People's Rights status of implementation, and the initial report on the protocol to the African Charter on Women and People's Rights on the rights of women in Africa, which covered the period 2008 to 2019. The government of Zimbabwe is yet to fully implement the recommendations made by the Commission in 2021, particularly when it comes to human rights defenders. The Commission urged the government to take the necessary measures to protect and promote human rights in conformity with the African Charter, the African Commission Guidelines on Freedom of Assembly in Africa, the Grand Bay and Kigali Declarations on Human Rights Defenders, the United Nations Declaration on Human Rights Defenders, and other regional and international human rights instruments that guarantee the right to freedom of association and assembly. The Commission also urged the government to consider adopting a specific law to protect the rights of human rights defenders in Zimbabwe. On civic space, we remain concerned that in March, the government introduced the amendment to the Private Voluntary Organizations Amendment Bill, and on 17 October, at supersonic speed, Senate passed the bill without debate in less than 1 hour. We have not been able to see the text.
You exceeded your time. Let's wrap up, please.
That was debated by Senate as it was not released in the Hansard, the parliamentary publication. We are concerned that there's a case of war veterans who were arrested for singing liberation war songs who have been prosecuted since 2021, and 2 of them have suffered a stroke because of that persecution, and 3 are now deceased. I'll conclude. We call on the government of Zimbabwe to ensure that they implement the recommendations of the African Commission as provided above, and that they consider adopting a specific law to promote human rights defenders in Zimbabwe and protect them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can now move on to Amnesty International. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Special Rapporteur. Amnesty International is gravely concerned by the deliberate denial of medical care to prisoners, especially detained HRDs and activists in Angola and Burundi. These intentional acts of cruelty are intended to punish them for their dissent or break their resistance. In Angola, the health of 3 activists wrongfully detained for more than a year is drastically deteriorated behind bars. Police arrested the 3 Adolfo Campos, Hermenegildo Victor Jose, known as Gildo das Ruas, and Gilson Moreira on 16 September 2023 ahead of a planned solidarity protest with motorcycle taxi drivers. Since then, Amnesty International has documented significant declines in their health amid a pattern of authorities deliberately denying them their medical care at multiple different prisons, including urgent surgery. A 4th activist arrested with the 3 is the only one who has not yet experienced significant health deterioration in prison. Campos, who entered prison in good health, has gradually lost much of his vision and is now completely deaf in his left ear. In early February 2024, Campos was urgently admitted to the prison hospital where doctors recommended surgery at an external facility. However, prison authorities blocked that procedure and have yet to respond to a February request by Campos' lawyer for a hospital transfer for surgery. Gildo has been diagnosed with a spinal deviation which prevents him from standing for more than 30 minutes due to pain. A prison doctor who prescribed a wheelchair and a lumbar prosthesis for him a prison doctor prescribed a wheelchair and a lumbar prosthesis for him. His lawyers delivered the wheelchair on 15 August, but he was prevented from using it for at least 4 days. Tanaise has not been allowed to undergo a scheduled surgery to address a severe and painful condition that has occasionally prevented him from moving his bowels. Another Angolan activist, Neth Nahara, who is serving a 2-year imprisonment, was denied a daily HIV medication for more than 8 months since her arrest. She was arrested in August 2023 after she broadcasted a live video on TikTok criticizing President Lorenzo. In Burundi, the authorities are deliberately denying medical care to Dr. Christophe Sahabo, who is currently in pre-trial detention at Ruyigi prison.
Please wrap up.
Indeed, Honorable Vice Chair. I'll conclude by saying that the deliberate denial of medical care to prisoners is potentially fatal consequences and may constitute a violation of the right to life. We therefore call upon the African Commission to urge Angolan and Burundian authorities to urgently grant access to adequate and quality healthcare facilities, personnel, and services to human rights defenders and activists held in detention and requesting care. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the whole idea of responding to activity reports is to engage with the report, but it seems that people are just making open declarations. I'll call on defenders quickly. Defenders, 2 minutes to engage with the report of the chairperson. Defenders. No? We move on quickly. Coalition, defenders, 2 minutes to engage with the report of the chairperson. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. In recent address, African defenders and defenders highlighted the grave challenge facing human rights defenders across the continent. The organization welcomed the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders report, which reveals the alarming threats, violence, and reprisal that HRDs face in their daily vital work. Since January 2023, we have documented 200 cases of violation against the HRDs, showcasing a grim reality where many have been killed, silenced, or forced into exile, raising the concern about justice if this trend continues. Madam Chair, the killing of lawyer Alvino Diaz in Mozambique is yet another reminder of how very fragile defending democratic value can be, as we have seen in other regions where those standing up for justice are silenced through violence. We have seen again a protester who protested in this August House whose life has been threatened. Madam Vice Chair and Mr. Chair, I'm very happy to report to you that the human rights defender concern is safe, relocated in a full protection of apartment in some country which I'm not specifying, but resting and recuperating about the threat he faces. Madam Chair, fast forward, because 2 minutes is too small, it is concerning that from January 2023 to September 2024, the program has relocated over 200 25 similar cases like the HRD we relocated from here, we applaud the Commission's role.
Please wrap up. Your 2 minutes are up.
Okay, in developing the Declaration of Human Rights Defenders in Africa, but declaration alone would not save the lives. I thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much, friend defenders. Yeah. Coalition Ivorian, the Defensor, the droit humain.
Yes, President. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Vice-Présidente. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Honorable Commissaire, bonjour. Merci de reconnaître la Coalition ivoirienne des défenseurs des droits humains qui m'a demandé.
They have requested me to represent them today. Honorable Chair, in 2020, put in place a mechanism for the protection of human rights defenders following the enactment of a law of June 2014 on the promotion and protection of human rights defenders, translating will of the government to guarantee the fundamental rights of human rights defenders. However, in June 2024, we note a gradual restriction or shrinking of the civil space through order of 2018 on the activities of civil society and interministerial decree number 804 suspending marches and other demonstrations in the public space. Concerning the order of 2024, that was enacted by the head of state, it restricts freedom of assembly contrary to the relevant provisions. And these provisions run counter to regional and international conventions ratified by Cote d'Ivoire. Article 8 of the order, which provides that depositing the certificate, once you deposit your receipt, you cannot exercise the activity of human rights. It is in contradiction to Article 10 of the African Charter of Human Rights, of Article 16 of the freedom of assembly and association, and this is contrary to the Ivorian Constitution in this Article 20. Thank you. You have exceeded your time. In view of what is happening, the coalition is asking the African Commission to cancel or expunge the interministerial order and to preserve civil space in accordance with the constitution and applicable laws. FIDH. DRC, 2 minutes. We're running out of time. DRC. Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving us the floor. I'd like to thank the Chair for his report, which was very insightful, but I'd like to shed light on a statement that was declared on a moratorium. DRC has implemented or put in place many mechanisms for promotion and protection of human rights in the whole of the country. But similarly, it is important to note that for the past 2 years, the DRC is faced with an assault from rebels and attacks, and it is in view of this situation, DRC has lifted the moratorium, which and those who are involved in spying, well, that they are punishable by death, and it is why the government has decided to lift the moratorium. Only those who are guilty of treason and all these rebels that are attacking our country. Thank you.
شكرا. أود فقط التعليق على البيان الذي تم إلقاؤه بالتعاون بين أكثر من منظمة
It was not an observation, the statement of the chair, but it's a statement that contained many false information. There is no arrest of opponents, or there are no political prisoners in my country. There are many NGOs have made statements and have made false allegations against Egypt for having perpetrated torture and to have caused enforced disappearance of persons. Even the UN made such statements, and the African Mechanism of Human Rights spoke about enforced disappearance in our country. Egypt conforms to the extent possible with the provisions of national and international human rights documents and conventions. Thank you. I did not say anything about the lifting of the moratorium. What I said in my report and what is that human rights defenders have the right to be in favor or against the lifting of the moratorium, because defenders would support a cause or dispute a cause, and it is human rights defenders that are against the lifting of the moratorium, and I gave the name of the defenders. I don't have the purview to give an opinion on the moratorium in DRC. DRC is a sovereign state and is free to lift a moratorium on the death penalty. That is a separate matter. And you explained the circumstances that led to this lifting of the moratorium. But it is those who are against this measure who have expressed their concern. Egypt is right to reply. So Egypt is not responding to the report that I presented. Algeria, the two rapporteurs that work together and they issue a press release, they know what they're talking about and they have verified their sources. Therefore, the state is our primary source, and I like to advise states when there's a blatant problem, instead of waiting for the time when we actually report, nothing stops the state to write to the Commission and to say we are facing certain challenges in a proactive manner. And we should not just have information from the states at the time of the reporting. Even the words that were expressed against those who drafted the release, they were very harsh, and the words that were used really were a bit serious is the word. And if you had said there was no problem of migration flows, that is a challenge for Algeria and those who are managing these migration flows. But you yourself recognize that, and you give us a lot of information on the measures adopted to address these migration flows and to assist them. So by saying that you are bearing the brunt of these migration flows because you have a frontier with Mali and Libya, it is an acknowledgement that this press release is legitimate because it highlights the issue of migration flows. So this is in the public domain. Everybody is aware of this situation, and the Commission has not invented anything. We will want to reassure the government of Algeria. Our concern is not to engage in a confrontation, which will be futile. It is just a support. If there's a problem, you give us the facts, and we can make recommendations for remedial measures. Ethiopian Human Rights Commission, the statement. Send us this statement so that we can take action. It's just like for the report of the Women's Affairs. Instead of engaging with the report, you come with a statement. But when we are calling you for the human rights situation in Africa, speakers are not here. The reporter is free to get various sources. You have a report, but it is one of the sources, and I check with different sources before I submit my report. You have heard earlier that we were told that we should not only look at the quality or the veracity of the sources, but also the special rapporteur would not just throw their hands up in the air and cede to the pressure. Danish Institute is a declaration. You send it to us. We'll take the necessary measures. The same goes for Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights. I said the same thing for Amnesty International Defenders. Thank you very much. I reflected it in the report. The young human rights defenders that were here were concerned, and it was thanks to your partnership with the mechanism that other partners that they were transferred to an undisclosed venue. And we thank you for the collaboration that you give to this mechanism. Without your support, my mechanism would be a bit at a loss, because I don't have a budget to carry out certain actions. It is thanks to your supported people who, in fact, are coming here to make declarations. This Ubuntu have taken them from their country to take them to an undisclosed location so that they can continue their work. The Ivorian Coalition, we are aware of your problem. The greatest concern is even states that have enacted laws on the protection of human rights defenders. When it comes to implementing these laws, they start shrinking the civil space. Kindly send me all the statements that you have made so that we can take due note and to take the necessary action. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I believe that I have covered all bases. We now go back to our agenda. I crave the indulgence. We're supposed to take a break. I am faced with a dilemma now. Do we take a break and then re-engage with the delegation of Angola? Or we have been here all morning? We'll have a short break. Maximum 15 minutes, so that people can have a coffee, stretch our legs, and then we come back in 15 minutes so that we can engage with the government of Angola. So 15 minutes break.
The Commission would like to resume, so we will therefore ask all those here present to kindly be seated so that the delegation from Angola would be able to present their report. Your Excellency, Honorable Minister, interpretation in Portuguese. Yes, Chairperson, English booth can hear you very well. Is the interpretation in Portuguese okay? Very well. Honorable Minister, responsible for social affairs, the African Commission is happy to receive you today with respect to your responses following the report that you presented yesterday. The exercise is scheduled for 1.5 hours, and I will give you the floor so that we will take due note of your responses. You have the floor. Honorable Commissioner Rapporteur, Commissioner Marie-Louise Abono, representatives of member states, representatives of national human rights institutions, and the civil society. We are here today to continue discussions we started yesterday. After the presentation of our report, we would like to thank the kind words that was addressed to our delegations for the work done by Angola in favor of human rights. And I would like to thank all the mechanisms. So let me now respond to the questions that have been raised as part of the, with respect to elections. The elections have been conducted peacefully, and all those who intervene in the process have to conform with electoral law. The elections are managed by the National Elections Committee, and observers could be invited by the main stakeholders to request for accreditation. The participation of the citizens is stipulated through a civic and electoral civic campaign, and they use various means of communications in Portuguese and in national languages, as well as using sign language. When it comes to this, in the event there is litigation this year, after consultations, the minimum salary was increased in the public sector as well as in the private sector, and it increased to 70,000 kwanza, and there has been a gradual increase up to 100,000 kwanza, as the minimum salary, issues linked to the promotion and protection of the rights of the children. The law on minors has put in place two types of social protection measures and prevention of criminality. Social protection, in that regard, the following measures have been put in place. Namely, to stay with their parents and their foster parents, and minors should be accompanied in the event of court appearances, and school, the professional training centers are there. There is also medical assistance, psychotechnical tests, and also assistance in the field of education. All the above measures are put in place in favor of minors, irrespective of their age. Now, prevention of criminality, sentences of minors or their legal representatives, and there are restrictions, other restrictions as well. Service delivery to the community and assistance in the field of education. All these measures are rolled out in favor of minors aged between 12 to 16 years old. The measures have been put in place by the juvenile court, and currently there are 17 children in the prisons, especially in Rwanda, where no concrete measures for the fight against discrimination against children, especially children living with disability or albinism or suffering from albinism. Two important documents. In 223, the support measures for the protection of people living with albinism. This plan is aligned with the recommendations of the UN and the African Union, the National Plan for the Inclusion of People with Disabilities in 2023. This document establishes measures and policies aimed at non-discrimination and quality, and also the promotion of inclusive education, work, vocational training, all inclusive promotion of actions which lead to the empowerment of the citizens, and also social services guaranteeing the putting in place of innovative investigative measures and inclusive development. The above plans were the subject of consultations and were implemented with the support of organizations representing people living with disabilities, and this is through the implementation of the National Program for the Eradication of Child Labor. These measures are to prevent child labor. Number one, prevention, education, sensitization of the parents and the guardians, as well as of the society in general. With respect to the minimum age for working in Angola, the conventions of the ILO, International Labour Office, in accordance with the conventions, child labor involving children from 14 years old would require authorizations. We have no record of minors working in the private sector without the involvement of the Labour Officer. The challenges, of course, are present in the informal sector when it comes to minors. With respect to child marriage, we have had cases. When it comes to the treatment of refugees, we have dealt with this in our intervention. With respect to the birth certificates of children born in Angola, for instance, the children in the center of Nova are recorded long-standing refugees who have had the status of resident by virtue of the law and the constitution. They are given nationality. Angola is one of the countries which is involved in demining activities. We have some areas that have been demined, and water passage passages are protected. Up to 2023, 350,000 kilometers of electrical energy transmission lines were also demined, and 507,920,000 square meters of areas have been demined for construction building of dams, and also the building of hydroelectric infrastructure. Now, with respect to the construction of water treatment plants, in that regard, we have areas to be demined. The objective being that Angola should be considered as a completely as a zero, as an area with no mines. Now, when it comes to the protection of the vulnerable groups, we have already responded to this question in our intervention. Honorable Commissioners, Chairperson of this session, eminent Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, now we will respond to questions raised with respect to the Maputo Protocol, which was not dealt with in our intervention. The gender equality policy aims at putting in place guidelines under the principle of equality. We do know the responsibility of the state in the implementation of policies aimed at promoting equal opportunities between men and women in all the fields. The government does not have a specialized tribunal specifically dedicated to hear cases based on gender-based cases, and this is done by the ordinary courts. More inclusion, the representation of women in the various sectors is there, and the ever-increasing presence of women in the public sector. Now, compared to the private sector, the sectors are education 80%, communication 60%, health 50%, real estate 40%, in the banks 47%, 43%, and in the construction sector 45%. This is the representation of women. Sectors where the participation is not great is service delivery, energy, and gas sector 5%, 15%, energy 22%, water supply 24%, petrol section 24%, banking sector only 20% of women are represented. Members of board of directors and executive committee 11%. We have put in place an initiative known as Deserving Women. The objective is to ensure that women are involved in all sectors of the economy, and hand in hand with SOS Enfants, SOS Children, since July 2020, 15 is meant to denounce, this is a toll-free number, confidential number, which is used to denounce violence against children. Cyberbullying is dealt with in line with the provisions of the criminal code. When it comes to the plan for the implementation 325, a multi-sectorial committee was established to assess the implementation of the second generation plan. This plan was meant to disseminate Resolution 1325 at the level of the security and defense forces through the National Defense Academy, Ministry of Interior, and also the Social Affairs Ministry. When it comes to results, the achievement, we have seen that there have been an increase in the number of women in the defense and security forces and also in peacekeeping missions. One of the main components of the campaign on early marriage, against early marriage, this theme is taught in the schools, and this has reduced the number of early marriages. With respect to the empowerment of the youth, especially health, reproductive and sexual health, and early pregnancies, adolescents from 16 to 25 years, the number of adolescents at the community level have been reduced. Now, the program for support to the development activities of women in rural areas, we have introduced a campaign of sensitizations in various fields of training, and also the promotion of commercial flows and the empowerment of rural women. We have adopted legislation on community cases, the constitution of cooperative for access to land resources, and also the training of community women leaders, program assistance for women who are heads of households, funding support given to the rural women through microfinance institutions and the program of rural development. In the field of access to the land, we distributed 4,232,000 plots of land for farming and for family agriculture. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please allow me now to give the floor to members of my delegations from each sector so that they will answer, they will respond to the questions that have been raised. First and foremost, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Justice and Human Rights, and the Ministry of Culture. So, thank you, Chair. I will now give the floor to the first member of the delegation from the Prosecutor's Office and the Office of the Ombudsman.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, for giving me the floor.
The ombudsman and his deputy are elected by National Assembly by majority of the MPs with the mandate, and they take oath during in the assembly for a term of 5 years, renewed only once. During their tenure, the ombudsman received complaints by the citizens and by collectives, by omission or by that are caused by omission or by
concrete acts, and he emits recommendations in order to repair injustice and illegalities. In the last 4 years, 2020, 21, 2022, and 2023, and first quarter of 2024, the Ombudsman Office received 17,830 cases of different nature. The Ombudsman Office then proceeded to receive more than 12,000 hearings. In addition to the complaints, also under our legislation cited under the organic law and the statute of Ombudsman Office, these offices has the mandate to make recommendation to the competent authorities, especially related to the committee to address these problems when they are committed, and he can also undertake visits to all the entities that are involved, and he can also request documents and evidence of cases. He also has the mandate to visit prisons and homes for the elderly and other similar services, and to access the conditions in which they live in the places where they are. And he can also address the improvement of the conditions, especially when the human conditions are not observed, and he can recommend to those services in order to suppress all those constitutions and all complaints, and also follow up on the measures taken. The Ombudsman is also a member of the International Institute of Ombudsmen and the Association of Ombudsmen in Africa, and he is the chair since 2018. He also presides over the network of Ombudsmen, the National Commission of Human Rights, National Commissions of Human Rights of the Portuguese-speaking country community since 2003, and he also was chair of this network for a period of 2 years. He's been taking part in their meetings, especially in the region of Great Lakes of the International Association of Commonwealth Ombudsmen. In his activities, the Ombudsman has been undertaking visits and fact-finding visits in the prisons to assess the conditions, prison condition. And in 2023, he undertook visit in 33 prison establishments in 18 provinces of our country. On the other hand, he also undertake by own initiative assessment of denounced case related to human rights, especially ensuring human rights for the citizen. In 2001 to 2023, the Ombudsman promoted 99 cases of assessment on personal capacity, and 6 were taken in 2001, 10 in 2022, and 83 in 2023, and 70 more than the previous years. And he started the follow-up on the implementation of his recommendation. The Ombudsman has the mandate, legal mandate, and by constitution to call on the Constitutional Court to declare the inconstitutionality of any norm that is found illegal, and he is also a mediator in the conflicts related to land. When it comes to human resources, the structure of his office includes 162 staff. From these, 39% are women and 60% are men, and the salary for these people, the hiring of these people follows a tender, a national tender. For instance, in 2022, a public tender was launched and 74 people were hired to serve in his office. When it comes to funding, in accordance to the law of the Ombudsman Office, this is an entity with autonomy, finance, and powers to take decision. In 2023, the National Assembly adopted decision allowing for financial autonomy to the Office of Ombudsman, which is very important for this institution to qualify as a budget entity in not having to rely on other funds. The funds for the Ombudsman Office derive from the national budget, and they have been also expanding their representation throughout the country, and they now have 11 offices from 18 provinces in Angola, in Benguela, Kwanza Sul, Kwangu Kubangu, Lunda North, Malange, Namib, and Luanda, where they have 11 offices in total. We take the opportunity to inform that currently we are reviewing the law of the Ombudsman and the law 27/20 of July. This is in to adapt the law to the constitution that was recently reviewed. This operation is giving the Ombudsman Office a new statute as a public and independent entity in conformity with the principle of Veneza and many other international standards that can apply to the Office of Ombudsman. Thank you very much for the attention. Excellency, I would now call on the Secretary of the State for his presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, Chair. Some questions were replied by our head of delegation during her speech, and we would like to mention that we will highlight some of this. Regarding gratuity, the primary education in the first cycle of secondary school are free, but that doesn't happen with the second cycle of general secondary education, technical, professional, and pedagogical. And the payment of the registration and other expenses is responsibility of the parents or the students if they are adults. In most parts of schools in secondary school are units that depend on other budget lines, and its management is done through the financial budget line that is allocated every month for expenses. Regarding the mandatory, there are no sanctions for parents who do not send their children to school due to several factors such as insufficient number of classrooms, the distance between school and housings, and that's the reason why we have many schools being built closer to the population. We have been implementing the school lunch in all municipalities of our country for children, even though it doesn't cover all schools. To improve access to education for indigenous communities, we do have specific programs that take into account the realities on the ground. As an example, we have the Khoisan in the Kunene Bula province and Kubanja, Kwesi in the province of Namibi that go to secondary and primary school without discrimination. And we also have teachers from this ethnic group. And in the province of Kwangu Kubangu, we have 80 children in two class whose teachers are from this community. Regarding data on the percentage of girls in the different education system, I would like to indicate the following. Yesterday we have presented 9,253,000 students in 2024-2025, and from this number 4,812,000 are male and 4,400,000 are female. That corresponds to 48%. Regarding higher education, we have a registration of 300,000 students, and from this number we have 50.13% who are girls. In order to protect pregnant students from dropping out of school, we have built capacity of teachers on subjects of sexual and reproductive education, and also prevention of early pregnancy. The schools have been guided to not expel pregnant students, and after birth they have to be included in the education system. Thank you.
We are now going to hear from the Ministry of Health from Angola. Excellency Minister, dear commissioners, dear delegates, Dr. Ana Paula Sacramento Neves, thank you very much for giving me the floor in order to reply on the issues related to the Ministry of Health. Chairperson of the African Commission, honorable commissioners, I would like to address to Commissioner Jeanette Sall, who's the deputy president, and I would like to inform that the strategy on sexual and reproductive health in Angola includes the sensitization of the youth and adolescents on these matters, and we were able to achieve many results in the reduction of early pregnancy in less than 15 years. We would like to inform the session that Angola has a strategy, integral strategy for the health of adolescents and young and the young, that was developed in partnership with many other institutions, including UNDP, UNICEF, USAID, and internal institutions. This plan has the objective of promoting gender equality, focused on the health of the sexual and reproductive health of the youngs and the adolescents, especially in rural areas. It is important to underline that for the implementation of the said strategy, the coverage of from 2018 to 2021 increased by 18%, and prenatal coverage also raised between 2017 and 2021 by 25 to 47%. Allow me to indicate that also in the reproductive and sexual health, Angola has an integral package for catering for mothers and their young ones, and includes medical aid, postpartum assistance, and neonatal urgent matters, and we follow up the integral growth of the baby and the health of the mother. I take the opportunity to inform that the government of Angola recently signed an agreement with the World Bank, $100,000 million for a project in the health sector, aiming at improving the performance of 300 health establishments that are present in the municipalities and in 20 municipalities throughout the country. The project is benefiting women in reproductive age and children under 5 in the provinces of Luanda, Bengu, Luna Norte, Mushiku, Malange, Wish, and Kwangu Kubangu. Honorable Commissioner also indicated some concern relating to HIV/AIDS. I would like to indicate that we do have 2 regulations specially related to the issues of HIV and AIDS. These are the Law 8/24 and Decree 43/03 on HIV, labor, and the professional training. The government of Angola is aware that HIV/AIDS is currently one of the major health problems. It's been undertaking all necessary efforts in order to address and the problems by implementing the regulations that I cited, so that the affected are protected, and they also enjoy the right of employment and professional training. Angola also has a National Institute for the Fight Against AIDS, where we undertake actions in order to implement the goals enshrined in the legislation for that matter. In this area, we prioritize a few interventions that I would like to list, especially in the municipalization of health interventions in Angola. We had a national plan for the elimination of the transmission from mother to child. We have now a manual on the treatment for pregnant women. We also have pharmacovigilance, especially when it comes to ARVs, antiretrovirals. During our presentation, we also mentioned the extended program covering 18 provinces, and I would like to reiterate that we are present in 18 provinces where we have campaigns that allow for the access of women to diagnosis on HIV, AIDS, and prenatal checks. And this comes as a directive of the African Union, and Angola is following thoroughly in implementing. We would like to also emphasize and accept that the epidemics of HIV/AIDS is a major concern for us. It's present in many areas, even in the road routes, cross-border areas, and in many other places, as the commissioner also mentioned. That is why our government, under our limits, based on our cooperation agreements, we are doing our best in order to control these epidemics with our neighboring countries like DRC, Zambia, Namibia. We're working together in order to make sure we can control HIV epidemics by testing the population and sensitizing them. We are also aligned to the guidelines, the SADC guidelines, and we ratified the declaration for the acceleration of measures to end HIV/AIDS as a menace of public health in the region by 2030. It is important to highlight as well that the Angolan government is also committed internationally to the recommendation by ONU-AIDS. We in Angola, we do have the representation of UNAIDS in country. They are working with ICE directly and has been providing technical assistance in undertaking many activities with the Ministry of Health. Under the goals 90-90 WHO goals. We participate in the PSD meetings every year. These are meetings where we also take part in order to follow on the events and undertake measures. Still concerning HIV/AIDS, then I would like to say that campaigns are undertaken also, including by TV programs, adverts, peace educators, and by the media in general. During these sensitization campaigns, we are also involved directly, working hand in hand with the civil society and the NGOs, for instance, Pianazo, a platform involving 200 working groups involving churches, communities, CSOs. They assist us in achieving our objectives. To conclude on the sector of HIV, we would like to indicate that during COVID-19, our actions in fighting HIV, such as testing, medical coverage, and other aspects, are free of charge, and they were maintained even during COVID. Honorable Commissions, now in relation to human resources of the sector of health, we do have public procedures to hire human resources, and the total number of staff that we have is 101,200,000 staff. We were also asked about the percentage of this specialists that we do have. There are more than 7,000 currently. We do have more than 49,000 nurses, more than 10,000, more than 10,000, and we have 13,652 technicians of general regime, and they are all distributed within the provinces, and taking into account the need and the specificities of each locations, we also deploy more because there are provinces that they need some specialities more than the others, so we deploy based on the needs and we distribute accordingly. It's important to also indicate that the Ministry of Health is also now engaged in a program funded by the World Bank, with funded by $200 million US to train more human resource in the period comprising 2024 and 2027. We are going to train 3,000 doctors, 9,000 nursing technicians, and staff for general regime, and including diagnosis, therapeutics, and hospital support. Currently, we have more than 200 technicians that are being trained in Brazil. For that matter, we are also in contact with many other countries where we are going to continue the training. We are in discussion with Cuba, India, South Africa, Mozambique, and USA. One very good news: the US is going to provide the training in situ in Angola. Now, when it comes to the maintenance of the hospitals and facilities, I would like to say that the Minister of Finance, Health, and many other ministries are involved in order to retain funds because as we now have these facilities, they need a continuous maintenance, especially of the equipment and so on and so forth. So we are capturing those funds in order to be able to cater for that maintenance. We also requested to address the issues related to the budget of the Ministry of Health. Of course, funding is not regular. For instance, between 2014 and 2022, we had 4% of the budget. 2019, we had an increase by 6.6%. 2024, our budget is 5.5%, distributed like 1.1% for hospital services, 0.45 for special services, 0.34 for maternity and health care, and for public services, and 0.14 for products, equipment, and medical gadgets. It's important to underline that this 5% includes salary, but we do get donations, bilateral donations by organization, and other funding by partners like the Global Fund. Sometimes private donations by entities like Bill and Melinda Gates, and humanitarian support for emergency. Under this part, we do have agreements with countries which provide funding and technical assistance in order to add to the budget funding. Now, when it comes to issues related to interruption of pregnancy, abortion, these issues are well discussed in the Assembly with the civil society and other partners, and we prohibit issues related to abortion, with the exception of cases where the mother has to be saved, and sexual violation sometimes. And I would like to conclude my intervention citing that our National Health Services is regulated by the legislation, Health Legislation 21/92 of 28 August, under which provides that the state should provide health care to all the citizens, given the resources available. The same legislation provides that health can be funded by private funds, and we also have the mandate to also oversee private health providers and public health providers. And also in the military system, there's a military hospital that is included in this aspect. And I think that there are other issues. If there are other issues, my colleagues will help me, because I believe there are other issues that were raised, if I'm not missing anything. Honorable commissioners, Minister, thank you very much for your kind attention.
Having finalized with the Ministry of Health, I'll give the floor to the representative of the Home Affairs. I will now reply the questions for our ministry. Summary executions, arbitrary and extrajudicial executions. In the Republic of Angola, we don't have teams that do summary executions, since this is a democratic country that is aligned with internal policies, that is also aligned to Article 59 of its constitution, that indicates that is prohibited the death penalty. The cases where law enforcement agents go against citizens' life, they are held accountable. The family of victims have the constitutional right of reporting all kinds of crimes against any citizen for investigation of these acts in order to confirm the truth of the facts. The cases that are isolated have been investigated, judged, and the actors are held accountable regardless of being police agents, civilians, or military, which is the policy of Angolan policy that is aligned with the laws and international treaties and regional treaties on human rights. Regarding the tactical events that took place in this period, they were not relevant, and those who committed these actions were held accountable. Regarding prohibition of torture, according to Article 70 of the Constitution of the Republic of Angola, it is not allowed the extradition of foreign citizens due to political issues or death penalty. And in case that we know that this person who will be extradited will face death penalty or other kind of penalties, the state does not extradite this person. But we also have a mechanism to fight this phenomenon that is backed by internal legislation and constitution that states that no one can be submitted to torture, to forced labor, and to cruel penalties. The police agents, criminal investigation services, migration, and penitentiary services have to, during their activities, they have to abide by the Constitution, the law, and international treaties that were ratified by the Republic of Angola. These organs do have internal measures to control them, which are the inspection offices and also judicial offices. And as external organs, we have the courts to hold accountable those who commit isolated acts. That can take place. In the Republic of Angola, we do not have the culture of impunity due to excess committed by police agents. By convenience of the protection of life and integrity of citizens, the police agents do have the prerogative of using the progressive use of force when there are crimes committed and disorder of bigger proportions that can put can threaten the existence of the state, which is the case everywhere in the world. On the other hand, to provide agents, police agents with human rights matters, we have human rights training, investigation, deontology, and other trainings in all levels of the institutions that provide police training. We also have conference, workshops, debates, roundtables in the police units, focusing on the use of force when combating crimes and other crimes that have a positive impact on this matter. We also have specific measures to provide legal aid that are in agreement with Article 1, 2, and 3 of the Decree Law 15/95 of 10 November on legal aid, and our government ensures the provision of this legal aid. The question that was made by the Commissioner, the workshop on sensitization and training of police agents and penitentiary services that took place in Luanda by Maria Teresa Manuela, which is the Special Rapporteur for Prison, Detention and Policing in Africa, was considered positive due to his contact and positive influence among police agents in our ministry that aims at improving the professional actions of these trainees. The right to protection against arbitrary detention. Article 97 of the Constitution establishes the fundamental principle of peace. This constitutional principle applies to what established in the Article 239 of the Penal Code of Angola that establishes the replacement or optional penalties. Our penal code establishes the fines, and we also define a system of legal costs for the purpose that are convenient. And in our Article 50/60, we have the suspension of the duration of measures to assisted freedom. These measures are followed carefully in order to contribute for the reduction of overloading of penitentiary institutions. We have 43 prisons with a capacity of 22,000 inmates, and we have currently a total of 400,000 prisoners, and 12,000 are in preventive and 20,000 that were judged. And we have 80% of overloading that is due to the high number of pre-trial detention. From the 47%, we have female prisons, 2 referral hospitals and general clinic, and a center for young adults. This center has a school that is recognized by the Ministry of Education. We have an area for art and also computers. We are concluding 11 new prisons, among which 3 centers for young adults in the province of Luanda, Luambo, Malange, in order to mitigate the problem of overpopulation. Right to equitative trial. The pre-trial detention regime is provided for under the terms of Article 36 and also Article 28 and Article 46, 37, 6, 36, 34, 65, 67, 68 that can be applied to Article 271 of the Penal Code Act. Regarding the basic services in these prisons, we do have food that is distributed 3 times a day and 5 meals for those who are sick and pregnant and lactating women. We also provide medical assistance. We ensure this is done by hospitals, the Penitentiary Hospital, São Paulo Hospital, and also the hospitals from the prisons in our country. Social assistance, we provide occupation to prisoners in education activities that through the protocol that exists between the Ministry of Education, the penitentiary services provide education in 1, 2, and 2 models and secondary cycle that allows the insertion of 4,000 prisoners in 2023-2024. Regarding literacy, we do have in 174 and we have modules in different classes. We provide also psychosocial assistance. We have different tasks that are provided from interview, individual plans, rehabilitation, and follow-up. Psychological assistance that is provided to prisoners and their families. A professional training that is done in wings for arts and rooms for that purpose. Labor insertion. Currently, the penitentiary service control 5,000 prisoners that are working. The work provided by these prisoners in the industries results in the remuneration of 106 prisoners, and they are also included in the social work. We have 255 prisoners and prisoners with HIV. The prisonal system has 4 women prisons in Luanda, Benguela, Malange, and Huila, that is composed by 4 wings, A, B, and C, that have common prisoners in pre-trial detention among foreign and national citizens. We also control a total of 638 female prisoners, and from this, 280 are in pre-trial detention, and 320 were condemned, and 26 are foreign prisoners in pre-trial detention. Under medical assistance, we ensure that in 3 levels, which are medical centers that do exist in this prison, and in case of gravity, they are treated in provincial hospitals. And in the case of Luanda, we have 2 hospitals, which is the psychiatric penitentiary hospital and Sao Paulo Hospital. Third level, we have nationals, where we have a military hospital. Regarding sexual and reproductive health, the female prisoners are entitled to conjugal visits in specialized rooms. We would like to indicate that one of our best practice, we do have rooms called parlator with computers connected to internet that are used to maintain communication with families, friends, lawyers, and others. The main challenges faced in the reduction of the female prisoners are related to the increase of professional training, and for this year we have registered many prisoners in the education system, and they were also included in the social work and gastronomy, agriculture, art, beauty, pastry, laundry, tailor, decoration, gardening, nursery, and sport and recreative activities. Questions of the special relator for refugees, asylum seekers in Africa. The law 10/15 provides specific criteria for admissibility of this group. The criteria for admissibility is the fear of persecution according to the Geneva Convention of 1951 and AU Article 4 that ensures right to asylum to all foreign citizens and stateless citizens. The process that are done by a migratory organ that is analyzed by a multi-sectorial group where many departments are included, including the High Commissioner of United Nations for Refugees has a guest. And for the delays, excessive delays in the processing, the law provides a deadline for the conclusion. Article 15(2). In situations of refusal of this of the request for asylum, this can appeal on this decision. In Article 71 and laws on the status of refugees under Angolan law, we have provided for all measures to facilitate an insertion of this in the society. In 2023, we started a process to facilitate the creation of biometric database for the refugees to allow them to enjoy all the rights defined in the law.
Angola has implemented the content of legal instruments on the rights of refugees and asylum seekers. This in line with international procedures of the African continent, jointly with the law 13/19 of 23 May on the legal regime of foreigners in Angola. Thank you. Honorable Chair, following the presentation by the representative of the Ministry of Interior, I would now give the floor to the Secretary of State of Justice and Human Rights. Thank you, Honorable Minister and Commissioners. On some questions raised, at the CERT, the National Mechanism for the Report and Follow-up of Recommendation by Angola, coordinated by the Ministry of Justice and Human Rights, it was established in 2009. We are going to share with the Commission the decisions for its establishment, where we indicate its composition and objectives. We do have a budget, and we work with partners, and each sector contribute not only with experts, but also with the cost of their participation. It has a permanent character, and it's part of a network of friends of the national report and follow-up mechanisms for UN recommendations. And we share our experience with other states. In our mechanisms, we study all guidelines of the mechanisms, be it from the African Commission on Human and People's Rights or the United Nations. And therefore, we know these guidelines listed by the various commissioners. On the ratification of instruments indicated, we can fit them within three groups. A first group of ratified instruments, like I mentioned yesterday, including statelessness. A second group of documents that are ongoing, which is the case of the protocol on the Arusha Court and the UN Convention on Forced Disappearance. And the third group, which is the documents under study, the WTO and the Convention on Social Protection and Public Servants from UNESCO. With regard to situations of the African Charter, to the status of African Charter in Angolan courts, we do have a list, and we can provide it to the Commission. The National Human Rights Strategy and the National Human Rights Promotion Program in our National Development Program, its implementation is coordinated by the Ministry of Justice with specific action to all state and non-state partners, such as the mechanism. The strategy has its own budget from the national budget for the sector of justice and human rights, and other sectors also have their budgets, given the specificity and cross-cutting nature of the human rights issues. As for the strategy for the national security, it has to do with the national strategic importance of this topic to the state, and this allows this strategy and the report to be followed up in an organ comprised by the three powers. In terms of implementation, we have an endogenous approach on human rights issues in Angola without paternalistic views. The fight against the human trafficking is part of Angolan efforts in fighting organized crime. We do have legislation and policies for this plan. We've ratified the specific conventions. We have a follow-up committee on the 4 Ps: prevention, protection of victims, prosecution of perpetrators, and partnerships, particularly with the SADC network. We have bilateral partnership with states, borderline states, where we have Angolans present, and we also have partnership with NGOs. We conduct actions in all countries. We have the Blue Heart campaign, where we identify, protect, and integrate Angolan victims within Angolans outside Angolans, and foreigners within Angola. With regard to freedom of assembly, yes, we have a consultation mechanism. We, the Ministry of Justice and Human Rights, and the Office of the UN ODC in Angola, we held a capacity building seminar workshop with experts and civil society organizations. This to explain the rules and recommendations in relation to money laundering by non-state institutions. This training took place in person and online hybrid to facilitate the mainstreaming of organizations outside the Luanda province, the capital. As you know, the GAFI recommendations are for all. We have recommendations for the state and government, where we include the politically exposed persons, and recommendations for non-state organizations, including churches, foundations, and civil society organizations. The eighth recommendation of the GAFI, as you know, its non-implementation bears measures and affects all citizens of Angola, irrespective of being public servants or not. On the possibility to establish associations by informal workers, yes, it is possible, and we have many. I'll give 3 examples. The Association of Zungaidas, let's say, the Taxi Drivers Association with 2,000 members, the Moto Taxi Association with 500 members. With regard to the justice system, the issue of penalties have been clarified. The issue of torture has also been mentioned. The issue of forced disappearance. We have signed a convention and we are under the process of ratification. Our penal code in its article 382 sees forced disappearance as a crime against humanity whose penalty is between 3 to 23 years of imprisonment to its perpetrators. The issue of statelessness, we've ratified the 2 UN Convention, and we encourage the adoption and ratification of the African Instrument on Statelessness. We are now studying that instrument in order to take a position with regard to its ratification. For stateless people and their protection in Angola, in partnership with the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, we've held a study where we look into the situation of Angolans running the risk of statelessness within and outside Angola, and foreigners in Angola running that risk. We've adopted measures to...
Measures have been adopted.
We have cases of good practices attributed to Congolese people who run the risk of being statelessness. With respect to the intervention of Commissioner Solomon, we 21% 2022. This was in terms of social responsibility, and we have referred to the legislative document in the event of an offense being committed. The process can be followed in line with its gravity, and when it comes to the corporate responsibility of industries involved in the extractive industry, we have a geological plan. In 2023, we received the results of this plan. We want to underscore the case of an individual in 2020, Caso Fernando, who was found dead in his residence in 2024. These are criminal offenses, and investigations are ongoing. With respect to the trial of January 2021, there were 2 cases and sentences were handed down. We have presented the situation in our report, and this is you can see the necessary information in the report. Also, the question on the freedom of expression, I will try and respond in 2 minutes to guarantee this privilege to all political parties. We give them equal listening time for all the political parties. In the radio, television, and written press. All the political parties are given equal time. There are no cases of journalists being detained. If they are detained, it's not for libel, but for not respecting the judicial orders, judicial rulings. We also have the guarantee in terms of freedom of expression, and libel is considered as a crime, and all individuals, irrespective of whether they are journalists or not, have to abide by this law. Now, opening a press system tantamounts to initial capital investment in accordance with the law. I thank you. Chairperson, after having listened to the Secretary of State, I would now give the floor to the Director of the National Institute for Culture. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you, Honorable Minister, head of our delegation, for giving me the floor to respond to questions raised by the commissioners when it comes to the cultural sector. Honorable Chairperson, African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Commissioner Marie-Louise Abomo, Honorable dear representatives of the states, representatives of NGOs, civil society organizations, human rights defenders, I would like to respond to the questions raised by the commissioners relating to the freedom of religion and with respect to the minority populations in Angola. The government has put in efforts for inter-community dialogues, and I would like to say that Angola, when it comes to the freedom of religion, has put in place laws and fundamental guarantees in the constitution to allow for the freedom of religion, and on the basis of the above, nobody in Angola is deprived of him or her right to his or her beliefs or religion. Legislation 12/2019 relating to the freedom of religion, the Angolan government has abolished discrimination based on religious belonging, and this is the exercise of the fundamental law. Under the auspices of this new law, the religious communities in Angola are protected from all types of discrimination, and then this is in accordance with the legislation on the freedom of worship, and this has been approved by a presidential decree. Now, to monitor the implementation phase, a presidential department established by decree, an interministerial committee was put in place through decree to ensure that the freedom of religion becomes a reality, and a series of provisions were put in place under the coordination of the Ministry of Culture, also Ministry of Interior, the Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. A second presidential decree, number 5/28 of 10th of April, is a public institute, ENAC it is called. It's a public institute availed with legal and administrative personalities, and it is under the auspices of the Culture Ministry. We have about 3,000 religions in Angola. These 3,000 religious confessions is actually a sign of the different beliefs, and most of them do not have the acknowledged criteria. These are religious confessions that are categorized, and they have now been turned into churches, some of them with specific sects in Angola, and this has reduced the proliferation of schools, of churches. The last 2 years, the government, through the Ministry of Culture, has licensed 7 other churches, and so far there are more than 12 churches. Very briefly, I will share with you information on the groups that have been acknowledged, recognized. Another important question. Yes, it's true that there are some churches that are not registered, but then what I would like to state on this matter, you have the Pombin religion as well as other sects or religions that are not recognized. These are African religious beliefs. When it comes to the cost, when it comes to the registration of these institutions, it should be stated that 100,000 signatures has been stipulated by the law, and the confirmation has to be made by the Ministry of Justice, which requires that the churches have to be officially registered through the relevant ministries. Costs are involved. For example, the acknowledgement is fixed at a certain amount, and there is also collaboration with the Ministry of Justice in accordance with a presidential decree. And very briefly, the issue of the ethnic minorities in Africa. Here, I would like to indicate that the word indigenous is considered insulting in Angola. In that regard, to give dignity to indigenous people who are ethnic and linguistic minorities, so we refer to the principle of legality, and in line with the Criminal Code of Angola and the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. The state has acknowledged 11 ethno-linguistic groups, Ekubai, Eroro, and these 3 groups are made up of 3,000 persons, and they are divided into 3: Matanga, Manumba, and Congo. The Kesona, for example, are the youth of a specific community who have education, special educational systems, and who have been recognized in Angola as a cultural heritage. The Congo tribe, which has relationship with ethnic groups in Gabon and Cameroon, there are also some churches, Catholic churches, and they are considered as cultural heritage. When it comes to the mapping issue, we have the National Department which does the monitoring at the level of the various provinces and has followed the laid down standards. Now, the protection of these populations in line with their landed property is in accordance with the law, and it should be stated that the state of Angola protects them in their right. I thank you. Chairperson, representative of member states, representatives of NHRIs and civil society organizations, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to reiterate our greetings, our compliments to distinguished members of the Commission. We would like to thank you to state that the interaction that we have had during the presentation of our report on the Charter, Maputo Protocol, the Kampala Convention, as well as the relevance of the questions, recommendations, and suggestions. This constructive dialogue has enabled us to showcase the challenges and the progress that we have made when it comes to the implementations of this relevant instrument for the protection and promotion of human rights. And we have learned the lessons which will help us to continue our commitment in our capacity as a member state of the African Commission. We would like to state that the recommendations have been duly noted and would be analyzed in depth at the internal level, and they would go a long way in helping us to improve the human rights situation in Angola. Here we want to express our desire to continue to improve on the mechanisms so that we can bring to the minimum all the factors that act as impediments, not only at the regional level but the international level, when it comes to the implementation of human rights. As indicated in our opening remarks, we have put in place action programs to guarantee that human rights in general, and especially those of women, displaced persons, be promoted, protected, and guaranteed in an effective manner. Since we would like to seize this opportunity to reassure you that the Angolan government would do all in its possibility to implement during the next years to come, to implement the recommendations that we have received. It remains a lot to be done, but this is a never-ending task, which at all times gives us the possibility of improving the situation. So we would like to count on you, the Commission, to give us the necessary wherewithal to improve our commitment. We will maintain open discussions, and we engage, we commit ourselves to submitting the next report on the basis of the recommendations that we will receive from you, and also with respect to the initial report on the rights of people living with disabilities in Africa. Finally, we cannot conclude without thanking the Commission Rapporteur of Angola, Madame Marie-Louise Abomo, our resident commissioner, and Mrs. Manuela, the interpreters as well, and the partners who are involved in implementing the instrument. To conclude, I would like to reaffirm the compromise, the political engagement of the government in the promotion and in the protection of human and people's rights. On that note, I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Excellence Minister, Honorable Minister, members of the Commission. I would like to request the rapporteur, the country rapporteur, on behalf of her mandate as the country rapporteur, to respond to this brilliant presentation from the delegation of Angola, and then I will conclude the exercise. Commissioner Abomo. Thank you, Chair, for giving me the microphone, please. Ms. Abomo, the microphone is very far from you. The microphone is very far from. And in the middle, please, put it in the middle. In the middle, she's speaking sideways. Honorable Minister of Social Affairs of the Republic of Angola, the Secretary of State who is at home here in the Commission, Secretary of State that we have had the honor of meeting during our mission, distinguished delegations. I recognize some of your faces here. I would like to say that at the end of this exercise, which is the first of its kind for me since I am a commission at the African Commission since 2020, I am very, I'm feeling very emotional because I met a country who is available, a country which responds to my concerns, a country which supports me not only when it comes to as my mandate as country rapporteur, but in my preferred mechanism, namely that is the protection of people living with disabilities and elderly people. Angola has signed 2 protocols, and I hope that other countries will emulate the countries that have not ratified this. I would like to say a big thank you. Thank you for the exercise that you have implemented here, and this enables us to have an overview of your countries and also to know the good practices. The Honorable Representative of the Ministry of Interior have reminded us what we know. The online platform which enables foreign detainees in prison to be able to communicate with their families outside the Angolan territory. This should be acknowledged. I would not like to monopolize the floor. If not, I will speak all the way to the end of this meeting. Once again, thank you. And the recommendations will be made available to you following the analysis of your report and also following the mission report that we have rolled out here. I only want to tell you, muito obrigado. Thank you, Commissioner Abomo. I would like, on behalf of the African Commission, to express our thanks to His Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, to Antonio, who is not here with us, but he did send an important delegation headed by your good self, the Honorable Minister of Social Affairs and Promotion of Women Affairs, as well as 2 other members of the government, Excellency, the Secretary of State on Human Rights and Citizenship, as well as the Secretary of State for preschool education at the Ministry of Education. During your answers, which took about 1.5 hours, we have noted important factors. The Ombudsman of Angola has also explained the mechanism, and when I was presenting my report, I did say that we need to collaborate with all the ombudsmen of Africa, because in countries where you don't have human rights mechanism, the ombudsmen do that. I asked them personally to use this opportunity. We have noted all the answers that have been brought to us. You have talked about the IDPs, asylum seekers, the Kampala Convention. Commissioner Selma Sassi has taken due note, and also ex-judiciary Mr. Sow has noted. On prisons, we were able to take note on behalf of Commissioner Manuela. We have taken note of your responses, and this will be submitted to Commissioner Manuela. Commissioner Derso has also taken note on the extractive industries. Commissioner Hatem, with his assistants, have taken note of what you have indicated. On people living with disabilities, the country rapporteur for Angola would like to thank you for your efforts, not only for signing the protocol, but also to assist in the advocacy drive. Now, for the socio-cultural rights, I do not even need to note this, and here I would like to congratulate Angola, especially its system, the new schools that have been built, and the school feeding program that you have been putting in place. So Angola has a full school feeding system. We have also noted the manner, or on HIV/AIDS, the manner in which you manage the patients, and also the facilities you have placed for women and children. Your responses have been by and large relevant, and the challenges, like you said, are still there. But in a spirit of support, we would like to assist, and we will always be available for the next report to come. And I am sure that you would be able to present the report on people living with disabilities. Commissioners would read their notes once again, and if there are any additional questions, we'll be able to send this to you. But on behalf of all the commissions, I would like to thank you, and we request the participants here a round of applause for the delegation from Angola. Now we will wish you safe return back to your country, and we thank you for closing this day. Well, I probably have to stand up and shake the hands of Honorable Minister. Egypt is not there. Committee NGO.
Whose sources we are yet to establish, if there are any. These are just wild allegations. We would like to emphasize that the Kingdom upholds the right to freedom of expression as enshrined in our Constitution. Secondly, Chair, on the alleged failure by the government to investigate the death of human rights lawyer Thulani Masego, we reiterate our response as provided in the 77th Ordinary Session of the Commission that investigations into all killings linked to the June 2021 civil unrest, including the death of security officers, traditional authorities, and civilians, are ongoing. May I report to this Honorable House that there has been no progress in some of there has been progress in some of these cases, as arrests have been made in connection with some murders and acts of violence. Finally, pertaining to the convictions of Baqede Mabuza and Mthandeni Dube for allegedly calling for political reforms, government would like to highlight that the cases of these former members of parliament were adjudicated by the High Court, which exercised its independence judicial powers with fairness and impartiality. The government firmly supports the principles of judicial independence and the rule of law, which are fully embraced by our Constitution. Honorable Chair and distinguished participants, allow me to now appraise the House on the measures taken by the government of Eswatini in advancing human rights. One, on health issues, the government has been recognized for turning tides in the fight against HIV, being the first country to reach the 95 target in 2020, which means that 95% of people living with HIV are aware of their HIV status. 95 of those are on antiretroviral therapy, and 95 on ART are virally suppressed. In line with our obligations under the Maputo Protocol, Eswatini continues to intensify HIV prevention, response to prevent new infections across all sectors of society, especially to girls and young women. The government is encouraged by the recognition of these efforts by the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, as alluded by Madam Salah Njier. On justice, in an effort to enhance access to justice for the marginalized, adopted and legal policy in 2022, which has culminated to a legal aid bill currently being before Parliament. Despite not having a fully fledged and tangible legal aid system, the government continues to provide pro deal services for offenses that attract life sentences and is complemented by civil society organizations who undertake cases of thematic public interest. On social issues, Chair and distinguished delegates, the government continues to undertake strategic interventions aimed at addressing high unemployment, especially on the youth and poverty. Chair, the country is experiencing an increase in gender-based violence, and it is of major concern to the government. Efforts are being intensified to strengthen prevention measures and holistic interventions for the victims or survivors of violence who mainly comprise of women and children. This includes access to easy reporting through toll-free numbers and provision of shelters for those experiencing violence. Social workers have been strategically placed to cover schools, constituency centers, and clinics to allow for early detection of GBV victims. Furthermore, the government adopted a national strategy to end violence from 2023 to 2027, a framework that seeks to prevent and respond to gender-based violence holistically. Eswatini acknowledges that there is a need for more interventions to curb this scourge and provide safeguards for our women and children. In conclusion, Chair, may I reiterate the government of Swaziland's commitment to promote and protect human rights by ensuring a conducive environment for the enjoyment of fundamental rights and freedoms by all citizens. And we are here just to make that kind of statement. We are fully committed to work with everyone involved, especially with the African Union and its organs. I thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. I will ask Commissioner Lita to to take that statement so that we can use it after this presentation. Please go to the delegation of Eswatini and take that statement if it's not at the Secretariat. South Africa.
No, thank you very much. I'm taking the floor because I'm jealous of Angola. I think it would be remiss, Chair, not to make this point. Yesterday you made a very fundamental point here when you recognized that Angola is going to be the chair of the African Union next year. And for a delegation of Angola in this size to come and put itself before the Commission in the manner in which it has done is actually very exemplary for member states. I think it would be remiss not to congratulate the delegation of Angola as a member state and also as an exemplary approach to how we should be engaging issues in the context of this Commission. I'm also saying this because I've spent some time in Geneva, and when you see the same process in Geneva in the context of the Human Rights Council, delegations flock to Geneva, and when they have to travel to Banjul, you hardly see ministers coming to this part of the world. What the delegation of Angola has done, it has actually given us a sense of the seriousness that we need to take this particular commission. And I think it's important to highlight that this is exemplary. Therefore, I just wanted to mention this and really request the delegation of Angola that when they take over the chairship of the African Union, we really plead, at least from South Africa, that they highlight that is not only the European capitals or the other capitals that are in the West that speak to the issues of human rights, it's also in the African continent. That is my intervention. Thank you, Chair.
Merci beaucoup, ambassadeur Louvoué, pour toujours vos propos sages qui encouragent cette institution. Nous remercions aussi. C'est une délégation.
This institution, it's a delegation of 35, made up of 35 officials, if I'm not mistaken, and it's 35 member delegation. It's quite interesting. Thank you very much.
Africa, we have congratulated Angola. Let me start by also congratulating the Republic of Angola for presenting such an immaculate report. Thank you so much. And I think, Honorable Chair, as you may be aware, next year in April 2025, Zimbabwe is also going to appear before this commission and also going to present our report. We have learned quite a lot from our brother, the Republic of Angola. Honorable Chair, now moving on to my statement. Today, the 25th day of October, marks a special day in the SADC region, a day set aside by the SADC member state to fight in Zimbabwe's cause. As we celebrate this 5th anniversary of the SADC Anti-Sanctions Day, we continue to urge this Commission, its member states, and the African Union at large to take this cause seriously, calling for unity and collective action, not only for Zimbabwe, but other nations affected by unilateral coercive measures. Today, Honorable Chair, comes as both a sad and great day, not only for the people of the Republic of Zimbabwe, but for the entire great continent of Africa. It is a sad day because of the unilateral illegal sanctions that have been orchestrated on my beloved country by the imposers. Sanctions have brought untold economic, political, and social suffering, and these are negatively impacting on the full enjoyment of human rights by ordinary citizens. Honorable Chair, the Zimbabwe Democracy and Economic Recovery Act, ZIDERA, of 2001, enacted by the US and its subsequent amendments, alongside the Executive Order of 13288 of 2003, have crippled Zimbabwe's ability to engage with international institutions. This act expressly directs these institutions to oppose any form of financial assistance to Zimbabwe, thereby impeding our access to crucial development funds. This has impacted negatively on the enjoyment of fundamental human rights, Honorable Chair. These sanctions are thus not economically punitive, but are also morally and illegally unjustifiable. They contravene Article 41 of the United Nations Charter, which stipulates that sanctions should only be enacted through the UN Security Council. More importantly, they undermine the principles enshrined in the Vienna Declaration and Program of Action, which calls for states to refrain from unilateral coercive measures that impede the full enjoyment of human rights and economic development. Honorable Chair, US and its Western allies wish to continue subjecting our country to their will. They desire that Zimbabwe should remain an underdeveloped nation. They desire that the people of Zimbabwe should not enjoy the fruits of our independence. They desire that the people of Zimbabwe remain dependent on their sometimes poisoned and conditional benevolence. Above it all, they desire that Zimbabwe and Africans at large be a divided people. Sanctions against Zimbabwe must be ended, Honorable Chair. They have proved to serve no purpose, none at all, but to cause undue suffering on innocent citizens. These sanctions are illegal and illegitimate. They undermine our sovereignty as an independent nation. They must be viewed for what they are, that is, criminal conduct against the people of Zimbabwe. Honorable Chairperson and fellow delegates, Western nations must refrain from weaponizing sanctions. They have created unnecessary suffering, and they have made the world a place of inequalities where the poor are pushed further and further into a vulnerable state. The impact of these illegal sanctions on Zimbabwe economy are widespread and threaten the stability of not only my country, but the entire region. Honorable Chairperson, it goes without mentioning that even the ability of the government to fulfill fundamental human rights of its people becomes increasingly and unnecessarily difficult when the threats from sanctions encompass all aspects of socio-economic life. As I have indicated, a day such as today is a sad day. It is a sad because sanctions have a great negative impact on the enjoyments of rights by the ordinary men on the streets. Honorable Chair, I bemoan that sanctions play no role save for deterioration of human rights. It is sad and painful because the legal sanction regime imposed on Zimbabwe by a host of Western countries and their allies accurately demonstrate and points at the root cause of the suffering endured for over 2 decades by the people of Zimbabwe. It is also a great day, Honorable Chair and delegates, because the people of SADC and Africa stood in solidarity, united, and with a voice saying no to illegal sanctions. Today is testimony that united against sanctions we stand, and no amount of pressure shall stop our development path towards Agenda 2063. Once again, my delegation wishes to restate the request for a panel discussion and a resolution on UCMs by this Commission, and implores the Commission and African Union agencies alike to continuously dialogue and raise concerns about the impact of these sanctions. Zimbabwe, once again, Honorable Chair, calls for the unconditional and immediate lifting of these illegal sanctions. Without these sanctions, we can shape a brighter and prosperous future for Zimbabwe and entire Africa, where human and people's rights flourish. And I also urge member states to also participate fully at the unilateral coercive measures conference, which will be held in Geneva in the month of November 2024. I thank you, Honorable Chair, for giving me the floor.
Merci. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur. Dès lors que ces sanctions ont un impact sur la réalisation des droits des citoyens zimbabwéens, nos frères africains, une solidarité exprimer notre solidarité me paraît, j'utilise bien l'expression me paraît être un pas vers la bonne direction. Ce que je vais faire, nous allons récupérer, Excellence, si vous me suivez bien. Veuillez nous transmettre cette déclaration-là. Je consulterai mes collègues.
And I shall consult my colleagues, commissioners, to see, to look at the best way of expressing our solidarity with the people of Zimbabwe. We cannot decide alone, so we will, during our private discussion, our private session, we would look at it with the country rapporteur and see how we can respond to your request and express our solidarity to you. I shall now give the floor to Uganda, the last country registered to take the floor. Uganda, you have the floor.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. We had been told that we'd make our response tomorrow, but now that you've brought it up, we can make a brief comment. We are particularly responding to a comment made by the International Service on Human Rights, Geneva, on forced disappearances. Chair and Commissioners, I thank you for the opportunity you've given to our delegation to respond to the allegations of enforced disappearance and torture of human rights defenders in Uganda. In 1995, Uganda passed a new constitution. This constitution guarantees fundamental human rights under Article 23. In addition, every person under this constitution has a corresponding obligation to uphold and respect the liberty of all citizens. The government strongly denies the allegations of enforced disappearances, and Chair and Commissioners, I wish to inform you that an individual is only lawfully deprived of his or her right to liberty where they've been charged of an offense and convicted by a competent court. The government has the duty to account for the life of every citizen. In fulfillment of this duty, the Ministry of Internal Affairs accounted to Parliament for all the people who were allegedly victims of enforced disappearances. Majority of these alleged victims were remanded for offenses in respect of which they had been charged, while others were found to be lying. So these were wild and unfounded allegations. In addition, all persons in all prisons in Uganda were accounted for. Any person who alleges that they were wrongly arrested and imprisoned has a constitutional right to apply for habeas corpus. Habeas corpus is a non-derogable right. Regarding allegations of torture of human rights defenders, Chair and Commissioners, we take note of the fact that the constitutionally guaranteed right against torture is non-derogable. Uganda has in place a comprehensive legal framework to guard against torture and inhuman or degrading treatment of its persons. Notably, the Prevention of Torture Act 2012 was enacted by government to effect Article 24 of the Constitution and to domesticate the Convention Against Torture and other cruel and inhuman degrading punishments. Security agencies have taken steps to ensure adherence to the Prevention and Prohibition of Torture Act 2012. Training manuals have been incorporated within the operational frameworks of these security agencies to guard against torture and to ensure observance of human rights of citizens. I remember this was part of our report in Arusha when this commission met last year, and I wish to reiterate that position. In addition, Chair, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda has publicly issued several directives to all security agencies on zero tolerance of torture in the course of their duties. In 2016, when we passed a new law that we called, I think, Human Rights Enforcement, we decentralized payment of compensations from the Ministry of Justice to any offending ministry. If a police officer is involved in, is found culpable of such an offense and compensation has to be paid, it is the Ministry of Internal Affairs so that they can take note that their officer is out of line. If it is Ministry of Defense, it is the same. Chair, as I conclude, I wish to reiterate that government remains committed to upholding and protecting the rights to liberty and to guard against torture of all its citizens. Any allegations of government's involvement in enforced disappearances are false and only serve an agenda to derail government's constitutional mandate to respect, uphold, and promote the rights of its citizens. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Je demanderai au rapporteur pays de l'Ouganda de récupérer cette note aussi pour la commission. Voilà, nous arrivons ainsi à la fin.
Receive the statement. So we are done for today. We thank Angola for presenting its reports. We also commend the members of the delegation for their comments, and we also commend the human rights institutions and NGOs. Now the meeting is adjourned, but today I've been requested to surprise Irene because it's a birthday.